Right. Let's see where we park that fucking tow truck. Okay. Right. No, that's a good T. That's all the way in Polito. Oh, Corbin got done dirty. Behind the ladder. There has been a little bit of chat, guys, in the Gemini towing about one, Steph been on a bender. We might need to park up Gemma's tow truck. But also on the legalities and who's liable for when cops give us duff information. Right, so Corbin's definitely not awake. Rhyme's awake, Kenny's awake, Measure's awake. I know that, what do you call them, must have been around yesterday, maybe? No, not a lot of people around yesterday. I was at the cinema yesterday, because that's what I do on a Thursday. That's why sometimes I'm very hard to catch. Right, not really much going on there. Not really going on there. Right, so we got a court case from Diamond. He's didn't hear. Connor won his traffic court ticket. I say it won. He 50-50'd it with the judge to basically get let go of it. So if I go to the incident, was there a report? There was a report, but I didn't. Oh, I should be able to see it here. Nice. Which means I can see what Al Stroker got. Okay. Bad T1. Bad T2. Yeah, that's fair enough. But still. L Steel. Gemini continues to be the superior. The superior towing company. What the fuck? Jazz. Don't be at that. Thanks very much for the sub. Use your primes or just enjoy it. You're wasting your money here. Not like we're... We're not that entertaining is what I want to say. We're just here for a chill time and good vibes. To be fair, Murp has also got my prime sub. Do we have our tow truck? We do have our tow truck. Something, come and get it. Just with the amount that you watch, it's probably more cost effective for you to just get Nitro. I'm not gonna lie. I have Nitro for that exact reason. The amount of Twitch that I watch. Not that I'm ungrateful. I do appreciate the sub, but you know, don't be wasting your money. Oh. I'd say even more of a reason not to be wasting your money. I'm still trying to convince Phoenix to stop hitting the button. Do you know what's become unwatchable recently? Fucking YouTube. I used to watch it. I would say a decent amount of YouTube. And now it's just too much. What really irritates me about YouTube is if I watch an ad because I'm being lazy and I can't be arsed to reach over and tap the button to skip, then I'm punished by a second ad that sometimes I can't skip, which is very irritating. I'm not gonna lie. And when that happens, guess what I do? I close the YouTube app and I go to Twitch. That's what I do. Yeah, it's because when I used to work from home a lot more than I do in my current job, it would just be to have something on the background. But all of the adverts are getting strange. And normally I would say it's, your ads, particularly, this shouldn't be open. Particularly YouTube sponsored ads are normally a reflection of your viewing habits and stuff out there. But the amount of "do you want to stop and pray with me a minute" ads that I'm getting is concerning. I do not need Mark Wahlberg or Deadpool or anyone of the celebrity class to be all like, "Do you want to come pray with me?" Because the answer to that is no. Get out of my ads. So I don't know what cookie I clicked into, but it's not a good one. Like, I don't mind ads, to be fair. Like, they don't bother me enough to make me rage quit an app. But I will if I'm served really religious ads or like really hateful ads, if you know what I mean. I just want to know what Google thinks about me, that outside of being Irish, that it makes it think I want to see all of these weird religious adverts. It's probably the Irish part. I'm gonna tell you now, with my relationship with church and chapel, no amount of ads gonna get me back into a fucking mass. God, the fucking the Messiah coming round would probably not even get me back into mass. So YouTube thinks I have an unhealthy obsession with popes at the minute just because one's just died. Because all of my videos on YouTube the day after I had Frankie kick the bucket was all, "Here, guess who's going to be the new pope? And did you know these 10 fun facts about the pontiff?" And it's all like, actually, I did know those 10 fun facts about the pontificate. Because they were seared into my brain as a child. And it's my fault now, Jas. I've done myself an injury because I clicked on one or two of them to be all like, what the fuck is this shit? And that's all it says. Oh, Algo goes burr at the minute. It's like, oh, do you want to be a priest? Like, I legit got served an ad for an Irish seminary, which is priest school. And it's all like, answer your calling. It's all like, no. I am not answering that phone call. Please stop trying to call me. So that one I blame on the fact that I was talking to a friend of mine and we were discussing, what we were going to try and do after school, and he happened to mention in vicinity of our phones, that he was on the road to becoming a priest. Until he realised he was very, very gay. And that's not to say that you can't be gay and a priest, but, he wasn't going to Rome or interested in the seminary, just for the theological debate. Enjoy your otters for another month. Mad one. let's put the 4-seater fucking tow truck away so I can get into my little beep beep truck and be happy. Let's see who's around. Now, I thought there was someone in that food truck for a second. Fucking maze around. Right, guys, this might be the day that we go to jail. Alright, Rachel. I think you need to do something about, you know, your girlfriend's drinking habits, because she keeps taking this night's truck around the block and not parking it up. I know, but you know, you're keeper of keys. How about you keep those keys away from her? Using the elevator to go up one floor, that's how lazy we're being. There she is, guys. There she is. Exactly. Why walk when I can have a loading bar appear in front of me so I can teleport up a floor? Gives me more time to talk to Rachel. And come up with more random digs that I can put in about Frankie. Right. So, given the amount of chat that's happening in the Orchard chat, Farming Friday is in full swing. Whose vehicle is that? That's more than likely a repo. No, I shouldn't have left my mouse on it before I closed the window. But how goes your day, Jazz? How's the weather with you? Because the sun's out here and I fucking hate it because it means my house is warm as balls. Why is there no local cars around? Well, guys, I reckon you all guess, you know, where I'm going. Well, I hope you're not doing any slide tackling in fiberglass because AstroTurf hurts like balls when you're tackled in it. Yeah, you got your PC all sorted out now that you can come play with us. Oh, you can't park like that. That's just... It's unfortunate, but you can't park like that. Yeah, day 2. I have played on artificial grass once. We were playing hurling. We should have been on the all-terrain pitch, to be totally honest with you. And I remember I tripped. It wasn't even a tackle. I just tripped over my dopey feet. And Jesus, the pain. That's a public car park, so I'm going to assume that there's no one in there. Yeah. I think there's a weird staticky thing that goes on with the pallets, or maybe it's just, you know, just completely psychosomatic, but I don't like playing on the Isle artificial turf. I'd rather play on a tarmac pitch. But then most of the games that I play, there's no tackling involved. You know, it's either on those kind of pitches, it's tag rugby or it's hurling. Just like hockey, but mostly played above the waist rather than below the waist. And this is how we know Corbyn's right, because the first thing Conor did was go down to get a personal call. I'm pretty sure. Oh, personal call, which means I can get into this one. I know, and they fuck with your washing machine is what I found. They end up getting caught in the filter and all that kind of stuff. But I've gotten lazy in my old age, Jazz. I don't play many sports anymore. It's like I don't even have kids and I've got limited time. I don't know how anyone does it with kids. Right, well, there's no registration or anything in there. But trust me, band is one of those there things where people are like, oh, you know, it's just band. It's like it is actually more intensive than some of the sports that they're, you know, playing marching band for. Tennis in school. Yeah, do you know what? It's better than shuttlecock. What do they call it? Badminton. I know someone who absolutely busted themselves at university playing badminton. Like properly broke themselves. Just hilarious. And that is not a sport that you would think you could break yourself. God, they used to get themselves into such fucking intense badminton matches. The only real racket game that I liked is I liked squash. Squash was fun. I have no idea what pickleball is, by the way. Is it like squash? Is it played in one of those like... I would have played handball, which is played in a very similar like court to squash. So the transition from handball to squash was quite easy. Because we had handball courts at a primary school and just randomly around the play parks. Handball's one of those weird sports that is quite ubiquitous in Ireland. Like, it wouldn't be unusual to just see handball courts in play parks. God, I really hope that these fucking phones get changed soon. But yeah, I used to be all into sports. I used to do a lot of boxing and then martial arts and shit like that there. But then I used to get paid to do sports, which was greatly incentivizing. To then, you know, do said sports. And then I got a job where I wasn't paid to, you know, run around in the hills or do sports. So I got real fat. I went from walking on average, say, about 7 mile a day, you know, back and forth from offices in different places, not there, you know, 7 mile a day, and that was just doing nothing. Like that was just like an average day around the place. To if I go into the office, I would be lucky if I would walk fucking a mile and a half, 2 mile, if that. Very, very sedentary got now. Is it not really a thing in the States? That's interesting, because I know there's a lot of it's like squash is big in the States, or at least from the random soap operas and American TV shows that I have consumed during the years, would make it seem like racquetball or squash is a big thing. I don't know if there's a difference in those two. Now, I would have to say your American TV shows lied to me then. God, I fucking love getting a random car in the street. They're always the best cars with shit in them. Also, can you even hear that music? I'm having an issue where random weird Britpop that I'm listening to at the minute is just music that's not played the loudest. These new headphones that I have weirdly competing music levels as much as I have tried to sort them out. It's like, I don't know if my mic peaks a lot for you guys, because looking at it on the levels, it seems like it's really fucking loud. But I've listened to it back in the VODs and it doesn't seem to be that loud. And I've checked it by, jumping on to someone I know I've interacted with and checking how loud I am through their stream, so who knows. Let me see. Yeah, because my mic volume isn't even boosted, or my output isn't even boosted all the way up. Yeah, let me just pull that down a little bit. This is the thing. The stream is just so I have VODs to come back on. Does that sound any different, Jess? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. It's the long and the short of it. Exactly. Who knows? For some reason my audio splitter isn't allowing me to put a reduction. Why isn't it letting me do that? Yeah, half time I just hope that, my stuff, you just can't hear everything mad that's going on. I play with a dynamic mic, so it shouldn't. I used to play with a wee condenser mic, wee fine ones, and it was great. But as long as it isn't picking up my mouse taps, which is very important to me, not really for RP. It's good that it doesn't pick it up for RP as well. But I hate playing WoW and hearing my own fucking mouse tippy taps. I'm spamming buttons.
fuck yourself, shithead.
I'm pretty sure I play with just like flat audio. Oh god, this is gonna be a fucking pain. There's gonna be a pole in my way. Should have knocked the pole down. I don't really think I have a great voice, to be fair, for anything. So I didn't mess with it. I was like, that kind of sounds like me, maybe. Who knows? I've got one of those Shure, is it like a 7 MV plus or MV7 plus or something up there. I bought it because I thought I wanted a mic that could do USB. Oh yeah, that could do USB and an aux cable. Because I was going to get some sort of like interface device, and then I just never bothered. And the wee fine that I had was starting to show its age a little bit. That was bought at the start of COVID. I still have it though as a backup mic, just in case anything breaks. Oh yeah, just the worst thing in the world is hearing myself back on any kind of audio. I just don't want to be one of those people you hear on somebody else's stream, but they're just so much louder than everyone else. Or, you know, when they're talking to someone in RP, it's just painful because they're loud and you kind of gotta adjust around them. Or if it was someone that I knew like lifting, I would be all like, oh, hey, lifting, your mic's too loud. You might want to dial that down a bit. But I wouldn't say that to a random, I'm not that rude. Okay, a phone as well. It seems like Ruby's on the up and up again, guys. I hit that pass-through window thing now. So you've been a crimer then, Jas? So you could try and be a clean civ. You know, Connor with his very clean civ activities of technically gun trafficking and theft. Try and get some of the ruby up. Put our cash away. I'm going to take 2 of these. I'm going to put a ruby stick in a car. We haven't done that in a while. 45 balls. Boo. What do we have for food? We've been to little Tito's, maybe. What food do we got in the county? No real food. Is that rice and roll? Oh, it's Ellie's barbecue. Right, well, we haven't been to Ellie's barbecue, even though it's parked at the same place. We normally go for rice and roll and things like that. I wonder if Phoenix was around on Sun yesterday. Given the scenes that were in the motel, I'm assuming he was awake for a little bit. Well, I don't see any marks of him been around in the chat, which I know you don't have to do compulsively anymore, but I still think it's good practice to let people know you're around if they're looking you. Hey, folks.
Hello.
Nice things.
Good, how are you?
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Hey, Connor.
Okay, why are you dressed like this now?
Because I got a head injury.
He's a team with Ant-Man.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say.
I am a team of Ant-Man.
Sorry, I had to say that, bro. It's been there for ages. I just didn't want to like really kick
No,
you
that's
while you were
fine.
down, but yeah,
You should try
it's
and get
fine.
red
I
boots and a helmet. Lean into
Yeah,
it.
no, I hit my head. I got some amnesia
Did that come through?
Yeah.
and you know, dizziness and migraines and stuff. But I'm getting better.
Well, I'm glad you're getting better. That amnesia, is it
Yeah.
It's on the train
localized or is it,
zone.
Thank you very
last
much.
couple of days? Random
No,
amnesia?
I didn't remember since December, but it's getting better.
Well, I'm glad I made the cut.
Yes,
Ye.
you are ready.
You did.
Could you? Oh no, there it is. I was gonna say it's not really coming up. Ooh, cherry pie. That looks like it'll be a good one. Can I get a 2 and 2? Barbecue ribs, cherry pie, and then an iced tea and a root beer.
Sure.
How'd you hit your head then?
Uh,
Yeah, Lucas, how did you hit your head?
Apparently I was on a bicycle. I went real fast, didn't hit brakes, and smashed into a wall.
Yeah, around the corner of Hayes, literally up the top there, when you come in, rather than turning right, he just drove into it.
Well, that's not very smart, Lucas.
Nope.
What is your state ID?
13345.
You know Cherry, right?
Huh?
No, I asked Connor. You know Cherry, right?
Maybe in passing. I don't think me and Cherry have had any in-depth talks.
No, I don't think I.
Oh, she's EMS. And
Well,
we're
that's what I mean in
engaged.
passing. Oh, congrats.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
You're gonna introduce, because I don't know who this is, Lucas.
Huh?
Are you gonna introduce me? Because I don't know who that is.
Oh, Cherry, this is Connor. Connor, this is Cherry.
Hey,
Connor
hello.
is, what would you say? A very, he's been a
What?
tower here in the city for a long time, and he's one of the
Why
good
you say it
ones.
like that? Why you say it like that? A tour.
What?
Your food's on the tray.
What do you want me to say? Tow truck driver?
Say it like I'm part of Steel or something there.
No. He's part of Gemini.
Yeah,
He's
you
one
say
of the
I think
few.
I might have met you once or twice before, maybe.
Yeah, he's one of the few good ones. Most of the time.
Yeah, we do a slight toe fuckery every so often, you know? It's gotta be
Uh
done.
huh.
Oh, you have a pug.
Pug?
Animal foster for a pug.
You're an animal
Yeah.
foster?
You've probably forgotten him. You'll have seen me around with a wee black pug, Finnegan.
Finnegan's yours?
Wow.
More
Oh my
I'm
God,
Finnegan's.
I'm messing it. Oh my god, hold on. I have a photo. They came to Eclipse one time and I didn't know who whose they were, but they came and sat with me for a little while and kept me company.
Yeah, he's a sociable wee guy when he wants to be. He's a bit shy around new people.
Does he go around with you in your tow truck?
He does. Very specifically in the 4-seater tow truck, though.
Really?
He doesn't like the others.
Huh.
The legs, he can't jump in and out of them.
Fair enough.
He was a little bit shy at first, but then he like came and just sat with me for a little while.
And again, getting around.
Because I met you not long after I came through the city, I think, Connor, right? Didn't we meet like in August or something?
Oh yeah, no, we met, I'm pretty sure, not long after both of us moved to town, you know?
Yeah.
Here it is. Let me pop it into a document and share it. Yeah, he was a sweet little pug.
How's tow business, by the way?
Going well now that PD have been told to knock it off, not call them private tours.
Huh.
Oh, that is definitely him, as wee green collar.
Yeah, he was the sweetest.
Hmm. Well, there are some good pugs, and then there's fish.
Fish isn't a pug, that's a demon spawn.
True. True.
Wouldn't surprise me
For,
if what?
you know, I wish I'd hit my head and forgot fish. That would have been a good thing. I think.
I generally think fish is just a malevolent fae in the image of a pug.
I think he's okay.
He almost didn't he almost stab you with a syringe?
Yeah, but he listened to me when I told him to fuck off.
Barely.
He doesn't, I don't know, he's never troubled me and vice versa, so I think, you know, it's mutual respect.
A memory is coming back to me where he kept attacking our dog Benny inside the shop. And I picked him up and threw him in the car and tried to drive him to Sandy, and he gripped the wheel.
See?
Yeah.
He's a fucking fairy, so he is. He's an
Yeah.
evil fairy. The
Yeah.
shape of a pug.
Yeah.
Howdy.
Hello.
I'm gonna
How's it
leave,
going?
Lucas, because I'm not in the queue.
Okay. Have a good one, Connor.
See you later. That's how Connor deals with that. I'm out. Yeah, we may as well take this white cart. It is also parked across lines. Let's see. Is it a local? Looks like it's a local. It's a local. I wonder where Bloom's Burger is, though. Because it wasn't up the top when I looked there. And it's definitely not down the bottom. They've a parked somewhere. But where? Not where? Yeah, it's just set for food for a little bit. I don't think we're going to see Damien, guys, because I see Trippy is in the directory. does mean that I'm going to go up and have a quick look at the tow logs. Just to see what has been going on. I swear I'm not tapping the run button, but he does seem to want to run a lot of different places at the minute. I knew we couldn't. I hate the pass-through thing. But to say, I knew we couldn't pick this one. It is good to have some that you can't pick just randomly in your logs. Gotta keep them guessing, guys. We're gonna try and need to petition the mayor for some private parking there. Need to wait till Gemma goes to bed for a bit after farming Friday, so I can put her truck away and pull it out easy. So we do it at the minute, the truck is likely to end up on the fucking second floor or something really irritating.
Love your ride, hon.
I did say I was going to look at those tow logs and I still just left the log instantly. Nothing at the bottom pound, nothing in front of the clothing store. Let's see if there's anyone else signed in for tow at the minute. Just the feds. Just the feds. Winona, Al. Al Winona's. She be walking now, guys. No, there hasn't been really an awful lot of activity in the tow logs. Whether no one has been arrested in hours since Corbin and Jay went to bed. Or shit's just not being told.
No, I will not shut up. This script is like, hello.
Well, maybe you should shut up, Mom.
All we totally need is like 5 mil or something, and you can like totally write it off and stuff. I'll get my minion to set up lunch.
Now, if you need this car, you should have
Daddy
parked it better.
Totes needs to get me one of those.
Need to stop talking to the locals, guys. That probably just sounds fucking insane. Little tow truck. We're about to get noted hard here at these lights. We are going to get noted so hard at these lights. Why are these lights so busy? What the hell is going on? See, I will wait in traffic, you know, to a degree. Sometimes waiting in traffic, you can see some fun shit. Or you can just be the cause of a local build-up that causes some fun shit. Because there's a chase trying to come up the back of you. Guy here thinks he's racing, he's revving that engine. Okay, Death Omens seem to be an interesting MC. Is he nothing but their like high command twinsing out about how much they love that Daisy one? Cara's scooter is still there. Still benefiting from Connor's goodwill and the fact that he probably won't tow it. Not for a while yet. So Connor's back in his short sleeve cut because it's getting warm here, guys. And I can't look at him in a long sleeve cut because then I feel too warm. Alright, let me see. I'm still on the Ruby grind? Not really. It's Eddie Vaughn of the V-Juice Vaughns. I like some of the adverts, they're funny. Especially the gift ones, people are very inventive with that. Everyone is selling cars at the minute. I wonder if it just got out that, you know, the judges are more open to helping sell the cars, or what has caused that big spike. Oh god, I'm gonna do that so much. So used to impound being the top option. Right, time for a slightly bigger circle. What we're doing now at the minute is we're just grinding a Ruby. So we can give it to the club. Ooh. I did not see them coming down there. This is the second time I've seen that coloured car. I would say siren and coloured car, but it could be. Hellheim. I didn't get a good look at the car both times. Gwen has got a car with that kind of underglow. Unlikely she'd be running around a car missing a door for so long. Seems like the kind of person who would go and get the vehicle repaired. Connor is Sam's door for the very specific reason of he can get in and out of the tow truck faster this way. So I explain off the fact that we're not getting this repaired. Because you'll notice, a lot of the time, we're just missing the driver's side door to keep everyone else protected. I think it's going to be a game of some messes. Now the Scooby around the courthouse to see Okay, I don't know why I said courthouse like that. Have a Scooby around the courthouse to see anything wild or exciting happening. Oh, some of the locals are really revving those engines. Watch the paint work. A car just scraping up our paintwork. Jess, if you're still here, when are you going to create a shitload tow trucker? So Connor can press gang them into Gemini. And then just get all of the heat from the police on you. Also, good news, guys. Corbin shared with Connor that Imogen did get hired at Steel. Nah, it'd just be fun to have you in the tow truck, you know? Gemini could do with more people around. Yeah, it's one of those other things. Most people end up doing either taxi or tow. And then if you start towing, Steel tries to poach you, and then everyone tells you how bad Steel is. And the usual line is then, Lock you try to poach you, but Lock you haven't been around. I haven't seen Ragnar in ages. And then normally what happens is Damien spots new tow people in the directory, and he's always helping them. And then he's all like, I think this person would be a good fit for Gemini. Motherfucker recommended Imogen. He's like, I think she'd be a good fit. It's like, Connor spent 7 minutes with Imogen and was like, oh, I should do the thing that I'm doing and not waffle. Like literally 7 minutes with Imogen. It was like, you were great, so fucking chaotic. You would cost the business so much money. I am not hiring you. Feel free to get in the tow truck. Oh, you got the unlock about mechanic work. You could end up in Polito with those wise words, or in any of the other like 60 million. I think you're skinny today, Damien.
Maybe.
One of the many tow trucks. Yeah,
So
it
I'm
happens.
gonna need to ride with you probably.
God, why do you say that like it's been forced upon you?
Well, I want to ride with you, but also I need to, apparently. I do not have a radio, it broke.
I know
Same,
you basic bitches have enough money to go buy another radio.
Again, it just broke when I woke up, so I
Yeah,
just
that's
drove
fine. We'll
down
take
here.
it into Southside or something. Why do you need to ride with me, by the way?
Listen, don't be a stranger.
Oh, because I can't open or close the gates, and for me, they're just, you know, I just go through them, and then eventually the car breaks, you know. So I need
Yeah,
to
it
ride
does
with
that.
you because you can open them.
If you haven't told Steph that you're working and you got a truck out, you can always go have a nap in those dumpsters.
I have just done that, so.
See, this is
that's
why
not
I
gonna work.
always check the gates before I tell Steph to give me a truck.
Yeah, I mean it's fine. I wanted to write with you anyways because I don't know what the new ways of documenting are, to be honest. The new legislation.
That's alright. No, neither do the cops.
Fair. But you know, the thing is I want to. I want to know. So
Yeah, well, the main thing is we've had a bit of an update to the 311. We're going to have to get round everyone. take a copy of that and overwrite your old one.
This is not as long.
Yeah, I thought that as well. Well, I'm gonna have to talk to Corbin about it a little bit.
It
In fact,
doesn't
do you
really
have
matter.
the old
It's
one at the
annoying for
minute?
them regardless. I do. I do have the old one.
Alright, give me a share of that. I just want to take a copy of it. Nope, that's just the one I sent you.
Oh, that's because Corbin updated it. That's why. That's the one that you sent. Oh,
That's
never
fine.
mind.
I'm gonna
I might not
text
have
Corbin just to let him know that, it's a bit short.
it. It's not petty enough. By the way, the thing that I went to court for, right? The bad tea, quote unquote. So I was found right, right? It was on the red, but the judge did say I should also take a picture from the side, which I didn't really understand why, because the red line behind it, I guess, is enough, right? But I guess he wants to
Okay,
see it
well,
from the side as well. I don't know.
well, I would take a picture from the side, just not put it in the documentation, and then if they ask you to provide it, be like you. But as you can see, it's still along the red, along the rear bumper.
Yeah. The issue is if I don't put it in the documentation, I'm gonna have to remember where the fuck it is, and I don't want to do that.
And just, save it in a gallery in your phone where it's easy pulled out.
Yeah, I guess I can do that.
You know.
You look amazing.
But the local toes, they haven't really changed, have they?
No, nothing has changed. We do it the way we do it all the time. The only thing that has changed is you now have to ask the officer, what's the reason for the tow.
It's fucking
No.
annoying.
Well, it isn't. It isn't. It's a little bit extra tea for us, to be fair. Most of the time, if you ask the officers that in a very broad and open way, what they will do is they'll just flat out tell you what the person's been arrested for, which they're not really supposed to do. What they're supposed to do is say it's a felony, and you can just put in your documentation, felony. Or they can say it's a misdemeanor, and then you put it in, it's a misdemeanor. It's only for infractions, such as like unauthorized parking, that they need to give you a reason other than unauthorized parking as to why they're having it towed.
So if it is an unauthorized parking thing that a cop calls me to do, which I hate, by the way, then I put government request dash unauthorized parking dash reason for the unauthorized parking dash report number, right? Or some shit
No,
like
put it
that.
at the end. Look up government requests under my name, and you'll see how I've been doing it. Just stick my state ID into the MDWA tool filter. But at the minute, what we're doing is we're just been very open-ended about it and just asking them, what's the reason for the tow? And then seeing if they'll expand on it. But if they just say used in commission of the crime, what you can say back is what crime.
Stolen vehicle is what you're putting.
No,
Felony.
that's what they're telling me. Some of them are a wee bit more in depth. Reckless evading, tampering with a vehicle.
So this one you did government request, report, picture, and then just unauthorized parking. No reason besides unauthorized parking.
Yeah, because that's all they give me, and then it's the
Right.
onus is on the officer.
Right, fair enough. This is so
I'm not going to
annoying,
argue
though.
with them, but what I do like is finding out why people are getting arrested, particularly when it's a personally owned car. Also, I've already towed Winona Walker's car today. She's gonna be walking.
So I get that it's fun that you now can find out because you like getting. Oh, sorry, you like getting the tea, but I hate that I have to now type shit again.
It's one thing. Just get them to text it to you. I just get them to text it along with the report number. Same amount of effort. You actual
I know. I
fucking
just had a
grinder
system
goblin.
going where I practically didn't have to type anything.
Same.
Now I'm
I
gonna
think
have to
everyone
type
that
again.
tows has a system where it's, you know, practically automated.
For me, it was completely automated at this point. Radio check.
I don't know what radio station you are on.
369. 869. It's 869.
It's
I'm
86. It's
stupid.
always been 869.
I don't know why. It's been a while.
It's been 3
Radio check.
months. Check. It has been 3 months.
Let me think if there's a way for me to automate the felony B, felony A, felonies. Nah, that's not gonna work. There's too many different types, isn't there? And most likely, most often, it's gonna be like a felony B because reckless evading, or that's felony D. I don't remember. Yeah, reckless evading is a felony D. Most often is gonna be felony D and felony B.
Well, you don't have to actually put anything if it's a felony. Read the state announcement again, mate.
I haven't really read it at all.
Well, that's half your issue. You get to throw it up. So the benefit is cops haven't read it, so they don't know. It's much less than what they've already been giving us. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, I got stabbed. Still kind of hurts.
Why are you working if you've been stabbed?
I took yesterday off. Took a little bit of a break.
Who the hell stabbed you?
I don't know. I don't remember. I just remember I
With
had my
anyone?
traffic court, right? I had my traffic court. I then just killing time because I was like 40 minutes early. I didn't want to go on duty for like 40 minutes because what can you do in 40 minutes, right? I was just driving around
Like
chilling.
6 local cars, but yeah.
Yeah, I guess, but you know, I was just chilling. I
just
think
running
I saw
shit.
someone running on the side of the road somewhere. I don't remember where. I offered them a ride. I remember driving somewhere, and then I woke up in the hospital with a massive stab wound and like almost bled out, and my fucking there's like a bump on the back of my head. Like
Jesus.
I don't know.
Gemini
They
Tone.
fucking hit my liver.
Hi, Gemini. Hi, Connor. It's Ophelia.
How you doing, Ophelia?
How
What's
you?
crack?
I'm good. Just looking to get a permit for the Rainbow Garage, if possible, please.
Yeah, I can come down to Colourful now. Are you at the
Thank
park?
you. Yes. Yeah, I'm on the ground floor. You can't miss me.
Yeah, if you just drive down towards Rachel, I'll meet you there, okay?
Okay. Yep. No worries. I'll see you in a minute.
Right. So you don't remember, you were clearly hit on the head and you nearly bled out. Were you with anyone or were you just in the car on your own?
It was my own car. So apparently they found me up in the oil fields in like a shipping container.
What the actual fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. My car was still there at the oil fields, and I had to go and get it after traffic court. Honestly, I should not have gone to traffic court, but you know I won both my cases, so it was worth it.
You know, I thought you got the Fly Dark one. What other one did you have?
A red light ticket. Got that shit dropped.
Oh, well, you know, Gemini, I think we're like 10-0 for fucking traffic court and court in general.
I mean,
Nice,
yeah.
good job.
Oh, is that you, Dallas? How's things?
Hey, Connor, how you doing?
We'd be doing better, you know, if cops understood what private property was, but you know.
Yeah, you never. I asked what happened. Did they run up on the lot again like idiots?
Oh no, that was just a highway boy just been fucking stupid and thinking that every tow
Oh.
worker works for Gemini. And also
Oh.
not understanding private property.
Which highway was it? Do you know?
Let me see. In fact, you know what? Pull into the lot and I'll talk to you about it.
Alrighty.
Haha.
I
Hello, number
I'll
one
read the
information
statement.
squeeze. You go sell Ophelia that permit, alright?
Copy that.
Alright, I can do that. I'll just hobble on over there.
Well, do you want me to drop the car and you can drive the tow truck over there?
It's alright.
I'm gonna drop a fucking car on you one of these days, Damien.
Oh my god, that was so close. Is he okay?
He's not gonna be okay when I get at him. I have told him about walking around the back of the fucking truck.
Yeah.
But also, he got stabbed the other day.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, not great.
No.
Yeah, Deontay Jackson.
DJ?
No, if that's
What?
how you know him, yeah.
What did DJ do? He just thinks all the all tow workers are Gemini?
Yep, he was complaining to me. He's like, you know, this person towed my car off private property. I looked at the picture and was like, I'll probably tow it. It's like, yeah, but there's private property signs up. Yeah, but it's on the pavement. He's like, well, it's private property. It's like, well, there's no property lines.
Hold on. Which one was this? I'm curious now.
Yeah, so it was for his Mason Mercery, if you want to look that up. And it's the tow done by Kuze. So not the one that's done by Frankie, which was the latest one. L Walker. That's apartments over by the state lot. And yeah, there's private property and no trespassing signs up there, but you know, it's like no trespassing on the upper floors, which would be residents only. He's like, it's gated. It's like, I'm gonna tell you now, Dallas. It is in no way gated and closed off where a member of the public could just dawdle through.
What day was this?
It's the middle toe out of the two that he has there. You just look up the plate, you should be able to see it.
That's true.
Oh, did you try go scrolling? Mad.
Yes.
No, go to impound logs and just, you know, filter on the plate. This is what's wrong with cops. They just don't know how to use their MDWs. Or read.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, Dallas.
This is
Definitely
a
not
month
a
ago.
balloon plant. Yeah. Needs to learn to park better. But essentially, I was telling them it was a statey, so you know they're covered under good faith, and also, how's the statey to know that that's private property? It's not listed anywhere. And you know me, I'm not a big into, you know, where's it written down kind of arguments, but at the same time, I'd have told that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no signage indicating anything. There's no lines indicating that that's a parking spot. There's a door right there. Yeah, no, I'd agree. I'd say good tea.
Yeah, great tea. Man just sitting there screaming about private property.
I don't know about that.
You know what the answer is. His private property argument is bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, very combative for a man who I was just trying to talk to.
Jeez.
It'll be that way with towing.
Yeah. Yeah, people are ridiculously aggro
Zeke,
towards
Zeke,
tow workers.
I'm choking on a drink, guys. Yeah, it'd be like that. One of these days, Dallas, you know what's going to happen? We're
What's
going to
that?
force the PD ones who just don't understand tow laws to go on a tow-a-thon with you.
That would be
great.
funny.
I would not want to be there for that because I feel like I would just get annoyed with how shit they are at their jobs. But
Well, I would want to be an adjudicator in the back. So, Dallas drives them around, as oversight. And, I can mark them up or down on whether or not they know how to tow.
she's gonna lose her mind. You know that, right?
I would just take them to the county where it's slightly harder to articulate things.
Slightly, it's pretty hard, yeah.
Yeah, that's the fun of it.
Yeah. It's honestly, it happens too often where a cop calls me for a unauthorized park and tow, and I'm like, that's fine. That's legal. I don't know. I can't tow that. I can only tow it if you give me a report number. If you don't, I
Yeah.
can't tow it.
Yeah, and they have to give you a reason now as well. It's very important.
Mm-hmm.
Stick that boot in there.
Oh, by the way, Connor, I do remember one thing about the guy or the person. I guess I don't know if it was a guy. They were
Snitching,
wearing
no
like a
snitching.
helmet, and not like a black or gray one, like a brightly colored one. I don't remember which color though.
Like a brightly colored motorcycle helmet, or just like a
I don't
brightly colored?
remember what kind of helmet. I just remembered a helmet and it being like bright colors. I don't know.
Did you fall out with Eddie?
No, Eddie's in New Hampshire. He's not around.
Are you sure it wasn't Eddie that stabbed you?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. I'm sure because I'm pretty sure the person that stabbed me was I don't know them. I don't think I know them. I don't know if I know them. I'm pretty sure I don't know them.
Was there a report or anything made about it?
Yeah, someone did take my statement on it, but again, I didn't remember much, so.
Damien Thorvinson, if you're looking it up there.
Yeah, people don't always include the name, but let's see if maybe they.
Yeah, he's a civ though. We can talk to the ops, Jazz.
There we go.
Yeah, talk to our good friend Dallas there. She might see something in the report.
Yeah, there's probably not much in there.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I took a swig of water and went down the complete wrong way. I just about got the mic muted before I started to die.
Did the helmet have horns that you remember? Okay, it's just brightly colored.
Yeah, I could have had.
Yeah, let me just steal from this vehicle from the Dallas.
Okay.
I don't even remember where I picked them up. I have no clue. It was in the city though. It was somewhere in the city because I was driving around in the city waiting for my trial, my traffic court. So.
Okay, that's very interesting. There's no
Damn,
papers
you
or
gave them a
anything on
ride
this.
and they stabbed you? That's fucked.
Oh, that is all kinds of fucked up.
Right, and I had like $4,000 on me and a gun.
Oh jeez.
Oh, the vehicle is locked. Interesting.
Hello? No, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm just chatting with the impound workers. Yeah. No, Gemini, they're inventorying a vehicle. It's good. Yeah. Okay, I will.
Just trying to do my damn job.
Connor, Mark says hi.
Ooh, tell Mark I say hi too.
Connor says hi back.
Mark Simpson.
Yeah.
I mean, I need you
Nope,
to come over here and
I-
get in this fucking car.
God damn it.
What? Say that again?
Damien, get in that car and check the glove box for me, would you?
Alright.
I can't get the
Okay.
the boot lock
Alrighty.
to unlock.
Thanks for checking on me. Bye bye.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's strange. Get in the car.
I'm just gonna lockpick this again.
No, I want you to get in the car, and then
I
you know,
couldn't. It was locked. I had to lockpick it.
Damien, where do you think you are?
I can't
he's
hear
by
you.
the
You're too far
car.
away.
Where do
He's
you
been
think
skinny
he
in the
is?
lot. Well, lockpick it again. He's Blair Witching us.
I did. I'm in it now. Connor, are you high?
No, I think you've been skinny and fucking with my eyes.
Can you send me the picture you took of the car, or do you want me to send you the inventory pictures?
Oh, I want to check the boot. Let me see that. Okay, get out of the car.
I'm out of the car. Connor, Jesus.
Oh, Connor, you were
Hmm.
struggling.
I think I might be able. Come here. Let me pick you up, and I'll put you in the car. That might work. Either that or you will break.
If you break me, I'll shoot you.
Are you okay with me picking you up? I'm not gonna do it without you
Yes.
saying yes. Like a little bit
What
of
in the
a-
Blair Witch is going on here, guys? Also, Mark, status checking you when you're in the safest place in the city. Gemini tool lot.
Well, you know, we got the dispatch call because you were inventorying the car. So,
True.
Hello, Officer Breeze. How can I help you?
oh God, Breeze.
Okay, I don't know where either of those are. Those two people are. I'm Blair Witching.
Okay, where is that? I can advise take a look at something. Okay, well, if we find the time, we will swing by and pick it up, alright? Appreciate the tip off.
Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna go check with Rachel. Yeah, a dead cop at at the Gemini lot would be bad. I'm gonna go over here and do a UIR or something. Particularly if it was Dallas, because Dallas sings Gemini's praises all the time. I think I stood too close to fucking Steph when she was smoking some wacky backy earlier on. I can't even hear him if he's on the radio, you see. I know, the second hand high. I think Damien fucked me is what he's done. So nothing has happened. So I think I'm the one that's the problem. So I'm going to come back and say I'm going to go take a nap.
Yeah, but I was
I'm gonna go
also
take a
in
nap.
chair
Give me 2
for,
seconds.
like a week. Very neat.
Let's hide behind these bins, guys. But also turn off the radio. Because I'm a considerate fucker when I'm taking a nap. For some reason, everyone was just not moving. That car that I definitely impounded was also not impounding. I wonder if you stabbed Damien. Yeah, well, that's my story and I'm sticking to it. Steph got us high. Yeah, for some reason, it thinks I'm already connected to the server, and that's not good. Let's try that again, guys. Yeah. I know that there was a new like .NET update patched out. I don't know if that would be having an impact on the 5M stuff or just on people's connections because of their computers. We've had a lot of fucking issues at work with different servers doing weird shit. We've had to roll back a couple of images. Really irritating way. But we're getting in now, guys. But we were probably crashing for a period of time. So who knows where Connor's gonna spawn? Who knows? Now, Connor's going to play innocent and try and ask random questions about PD Toe. Try and get the T there. This is a long load in, guys. Yeah, this is a particularly long loadout. Yeah, it sounded like Connor landed on something. No, where are we?
I like to say that I pay attention to local.
Yeah.
They do sometimes get it.
Yeah, no, I try to avoid them when I can.
Right, that works.
Possible.
Steph's going to tell me to fuck myself. Oh.
They will not move. No amount of honking, sirens, anything will make them move.
Yeah, I got lights on my truck that work kind of similar to your lights, and I love them, but my God, they make the locals go crazy. It is really annoying.
Mm-hmm. Yep, yep.
Alright, there we go.
Something about
Little bit of
flashy
us.
lights makes them just turn right in front of you.
I guess so.
Yeah, if I saw a flashing light, you know, you're trying to get out of the way. Some of you cops drive like assholes,
Well,
you know.
Well, typically, it's like, okay,
those are
just
spare
go over to
doors.
one side or the other so I can pass. They'll like start going over and then they'll cut back in front of me.
Get noted.
Yeah. Normally, what I do when I hear cops come up behind me or something, I just slow down and just stay stationary, don't move, because they will, they will avoid me, and it's easier for them to do that if
Yeah.
I'm not moving. That's
You
my
got to be
logic,
careful
at
though,
least.
because if they don't see you, they might try and drive through you.
That's
Oh,
also
yeah.
true.
That's happened. That's happened before, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if you pull over to the side and we still hit you, that is on us at that point. You have attempted to yield. Now,
Yeah.
whether a judge will side with you is one thing, but I mean,
you got qualified immunity. You could, if you hit me while you're trying to do your job, it's not really,
yeah.
I can't
Okay,
really do much
Damien,
about that.
there's qualified
But-
immunity where, you know, if they're on the road and you're not yielding properly and they hit you, fair enough. But if they drive into you at the side of the road, that's on them.
You would think that, but I'm pretty sure.
Mm,
I'm pretty sure that they are not liable for that, as long as they stop and check if you're okay.
they should definitely stop and check on people. I know some
should.
people
They don't.
don't.
Yeah, a
And
lot of them
that's
don't.
that's not
Yeah, our
good.
spare Lucian doors came from a
Yeah.
grapeseed car that we got the other day. Talis, do you want to see our
Thing is, when
collection of
I'm-
spare Lucian doors?
What's that?
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's funny.
We had a
I saw the
grapeseed car
grapeseed
in
one.
here, so, you know, they picked up their car, but, you know, they left their doors.
Classic.
It is a classic.
It is classic. I've said this before. I don't often see grapeseed cars with doors in them.
It's more aerodynamic or something.
It's easier to
Well,
get
if
in
you
and
need
out. You know.
doors,
Yeah.
you come down with a truck. You know, if Mark brings his Ranger truck down, we can always throw
Yeah.
him in the bag. So how's your PD tow going? Are they still been fuckers?
I don't know, honestly.
Let's see if they got fired from B&B.
I did hear that Breeze tried to press gang Rudo into hiring all of the PD tow guys to circumvent.
You've
Not being
seen,
allowed to
right?
call them.
There's three people hired for B&B, and they're specifically called PD employee and PD
Yes.
manager. It's
I
funny.
did see that. Mainly
So,
because Leo from B&B came around here shouting.
yeah, he's not happy. He was saying some crazy shit. I get why, because it does seem like they're trying to just
Just take over his
B&B.
business.
Take B&B, because since they've been told that they can't make a PD tow business, they're like, all right, we'll take someone else's business then, which is crazy to me.
I don't like that.
No, I don't like it either. What's next? Like they're gonna take Hayes and make it a PD mechanic? Like,
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, don't
I
speak
don't
that
know.
into existence.
Well, it seemed like that's kind of what they're going for.
I think the whole thing's a terrible idea. It kind of, restricts our community outreach options.
But not just that, it's crazy to be like, all right, let's cut business for businesses in the
Yeah,
city, make business
that as
less good
well,
for
yeah.
them, because I don't know, you don't like them for reasons that don't make sense. I don't know. It is what it is.
Any interesting announcements at those PD meetings about too?
I honestly have
Dallas
not been to a
loves.
PD meeting in so long.
I can
Come
understand
on,
why.
Dallas. You need to stand at the
kinda
back and just
coworkers
listen
you
for
have.
tow information.
Listen,
Trying
the
to
only,
undercut you, you know?
the
tow
only
truck
PD
driver?
meetings I go to are Grapeseed, and we don't really talk about tow workers there.
Really? Because we had a
It's
five
almost-
stackies in here screaming about stolen vehicles when the only vehicles in the lot were the tow trucks.
Oh boy.
I can deal with the grapeseed, to be honest. I think when it's grapeseed coming in here to, well, not like the other day with Moose, that was a different thing. That was kind of malicious, but normally when grapeseed come and check on the lot, they're very polite. They wait at the gate. They just, hey, are you inventorying? I'm like, yeah, all right, have a good one. I can deal with that. Doesn't seem malicious. Just seems like, hey, is this what the call was about, or is there someone around here lockpicking? I get it.
Yeah, but the whole thing of
When it's
coming
the
in
city
to
cops, it's
verify the tow trucks that are in Gemini colors on the Gemini lot aren't currently being stolen by a Gemini employee is fucking stupid.
What?
Yeah, that is fucking stupid.
Well, yeah, they all come in and started screaming about how they unlocked the gate and just rolled the fuck in.
Who did this?
Moose Maple.
Moose,
Oh,
Di
well,
Davis,
Di
and
Davis,
Oh, that's.
and some others.
I think Paltrow might have been in the back, or Breeze.
I
don't
can
know.
actually tell you because they arrested Eddie afterwards for
Oh,
misuse
yeah,
of
so
911. So
when
there's
they
a
were
big trial
leaving,
about that.
they got on the foghorn and started screaming, "Eddie Concord is corrupt." They yelled it twice, and we had a randomer in the lot, so it wasn't exactly like it was just me, Damien, and Eddie. It was just a random member of the public getting their car out, hearing the police calling the deputy mayor corrupt.
You want to know the craziest part about that, Dallas? There was a bench trial after,
Who's
and
get- or
on
D-
the stand, they
Dallas
all
getting
lied.
all the
All of them
tea.
said that they never said that. Every single one perjured themselves.
Oh, well.
Every single one of them. It's actually wild. Like, I don't think those kind of people should be cops because you can't trust them. If they're willing to lie on the stand, then you
Over
can't
something
trust
so
them for
fucking
anything.
simple as well.
If you get perjury, you get fired. Like, that's an immediate. You're out.
Yeah,
Well,
I've been
so
trying
they're
to
willing
push
to perjure
Eddie.
themselves over nothing.
Yep, over just having their egos hurt, pretty much. I've been trying to push Eddie into pursuing the perjury
so
thing
now we
and
dig
proving
in.
that because there was a witness here, like a lot of witnesses, but one that was completely separate from any of us that are friends with him. Like he doesn't even know that person. So with that witness here, you know, all of these cops would lose their fucking jobs, but he doesn't want to do it, so that's on him. That's up to him, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, any trust I would have had in any of those cops is gone, because if you're willing to purge over something so fucking simple, what else are they going to perjure themselves over?
Actually,
You know,
seems
shooting
like
someone?
Moose
No,
Maple.
we didn't do it.
Seems like Moose Maple is not a cop anymore because he
Couldn't
doesn't
a
have
nicer person.
his cop tags anymore. So I mean, but yeah, it
Connor's
was
salty
Moose
over that.
Maple, Everett Paltrow, Beef Malarkey, Nora Knightley, and Di Davis. Those were the ones in the Buffalo that decided to just harass us and then call the deputy mayor corrupt. And then lie
Yeah,
on
well,
the
one of
stand
them
about
jumped
it.
out of the fucking boot, or was in the boot, because if anyone else in the city did that, they'd pull you over. But apparently when Gravesy do it, it's just fine.
No, there's 5 seats in the Buffalo, in the
They weren't in
PD
the
Buffalo.
Buffalo,
There's
were they
5.
not in the Aleutian?
No, they were in the Buffalo.
No, that was the car that came earlier on today, or earlier on that day.
I don't
We
think
have
Moose
not met
Maple
Nora, they didn't get
drives
out.
anything but the Buffalo, to be honest. I've only seen him in Buffalo. But yeah, no, that was a kind of a wild situation. Like, Eddie didn't even say or do anything. He was just here because he's my friend and we were hanging out because we don't get to hang out that often. And they decided to call him corrupt just because he's in the vicinity of Gemini. Like, that's wild. That's just a wild thing to do. I'm not going to lie. And I know who it was, too. It was Moose Maple. I could hear that was him. So I guess it's
I knew it was a
good that
male
he
in the
got
vehicle.
fired.
I couldn't tell you specifically who it was.
Well, the Moose and Di, I'm pretty sure were the only males in the vehicle. I think.
Also was a male.
I don't know that.
Di Davis has a distinctive accent. Old fuck.
Yeah, that's why. But I'm pretty sure it was Moose. So I don't know if Moose is actually not a cop anymore. I just know that he doesn't have his cop tags anymore. So it seems like he isn't.
Given, like I say, willing to fucking lie to a judge over something so fucking basic, who knows what he's done to get himself in trouble with the cops.
Yeah.
Oh
he's
yeah,
not
that
a
was
cop
the
anymore.
wildest thing, Dallas. I said, just because you're cops doesn't mean that you're above the law. And he went, we're cops, we're above the law.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, he actually said that.
That's all right.
Because I was like,
well,
I actually, to
what's
quote
your
him,
exigency for coming in? Because it fucks me off. You know what? Everyone knows it. If you wait till I come down and open the gate, fair enough, you want to drive in. But the whole just using their universal key to get in, which is supposed to be for emergencies.
To quote him, exactly what he said is, I think, we are cops. That literally means we are above the law or something like that. Like,
it was something stupid when I said you're cops, you're not above the law.
Like it wasn't just I think
to
we have qualified immunity. No, it was like very like you're stupid. Yes, I am above the law. Like pretty much like that, right? He said it like in a really vindictive way.
well,
yeah, because
he's not above the law. None of us are.
Now, especially not since he's not a cop anymore.
Well,
just a citizen.
It kind of reinforces it if he can just go in front of a judge and have all of his little buddies lie to him.
It is what it is.
Yeah, well, cops wonder why we get
does.
aggro, but you know, it's not without reason.
Yeah, I'm kind of pissed about that because, like, I talked to them specifically about shit like this. Like, I don't know why they would fucking go here and do that when I've literally talked to them about it.
Big dick, and that's what they're doing. You know, we're getting it from DPPD. We've got fucking Zoe May on a crusade to try and press any lone worker of Gemini and force them to comply with her ridiculous fucking want of ID.
I think
CDLs
what
and
Zoe
other
May,
bullshit when
what Zoe
there's
May
no
is
one there to
just
back
doing.
them up.
What Zoe May is just doing is just baiting us into getting a failure to comply charge on our records and shit.
Well,
and
yeah,
then
because
just using that
she
as
has said
evidence
it.
that we're criminals.
No, she's literally come here and basically said, if you don't do what I'm demanding that you do, even though I disagree with her complete and utter legal right to do that, I am going to arrest you for disobeying a peace officer.
You know what the saddest thing about that charge is? That charge is so broken. Because in this city, with one of the case laws that we have, cops can pretty much tell you to do whatever they want as long as you don't get put in any danger. If you don't comply, you get arrested for it.
No, I have been looking in and around every fucking case law. It is patently ridiculous to come to a tow lot to a person you have interacted with who was a worker on this lot and demand to see their ID to prove they are who they say they are.
I know what you're saying, but the thing is, just because it's unreasonable doesn't mean that they can't arrest you for not complying. That's the problem. There's
the
a case
law
law about
definitely
that.
says you can disobey if it's unreasonable. It's fucking ridiculous.
Let me find it. I mean, listen. Here's the thing. I recently saw a case, a bench trial about someone who was just in public, looking at people with binoculars. A cop came, told him to go away because the people were getting uncomfortable, even though he was in public, which he wasn't doing anything illegal. And since he didn't want to go away, the cop charged him with failure to comply, and the judge ruled in the favor of the cop. So even though he was not doing anything illegal, in the request of him to move and go away was unlawful because he was not doing anything illegal. He was in public. He still got charged with failure to comply, and it held up in court, which I don't agree with
Yeah,
because that means
that's
that the
state
cop can pretty
versus
much.
full code, right?
Well,
But
no,
at
no,
the
no.
end
I'm
of it,
talking
it
about
says
recent.
no. I'm saying that the case law that they're upholding is, you should comply on scene, right? Even if it's an unlawful order. But at the end of that, it says no person shall be required to comply on scene with any order by law enforcement that to a reasonable person would be patently ridiculous. It is patently fucking ridiculous to come to a place of business that you have interacted with before, with an employee that you have interacted with before, who is doing work on the business site, and demand to see their ID to prove that they are who they say they are. That's ridiculous.
I agree with you, but it's also
Connor's
ridiculous to
passionate
tell
about
someone who
this.
is in public just looking through a binocular to leave when he's not doing anything illegal. That is also ridiculous. No? You agree with me?
Well, it depends how long he was there for and how long he's been looking at someone with binoculars. Because I don't think it's unreasonable if someone was stood off our business property lines looking into the lot with binoculars, and I say, this is making me feel weirded the fuck out, and I call the cops to say, can you just get the person to move on, and they refuse.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're in public. They're allowed to do that. There's no crime against that. That's my issue.
Well, yeah, you move on, and then you civilly sue because you shouldn't have been moved on.
So here's my issue with that. If that upholds, right, then I could pretty much just, if I don't like someone, call the cops, be like, that person has been looking at me for like an hour and I'm uncomfortable, or not even that, I'm just uncomfortable with their presence. Can you tell them to get the fuck out of here? And then if the cops tells them that, and he doesn't do it, then he gets charged with like failure to comply. That's my issue.
Yeah, but then he sues the cop.
Too much. But the thing is, that's the thing. The judge upheld that. The judge ruled in the favor of the cop.
Yeah, but did he civilly sue them?
No,
Or was a
but
criminal.
again, it was a bench trial, and the cop was found, in the right, even though he wasn't committing a crime. She was allowed to tell him to leave when he was just in public. Like, that's crazy to me. It's a lot of power you give to a cop. They can just tell someone to leave, and if they don't listen, they get arrested, even if they're just in public, not doing anything wrong, right? Well, not necessarily not anything wrong, but not like, I'm not agreeing with the guy like looking at someone through a binocular and making them uncomfortable, right? Just to be clear, that is annoying and creepy and weird, and that guy should get the fuck out of there, right? But legally speaking, if a cop tells him to move, they don't really have to comply with that because they're in public. They can do whatever they want in public.
I would disagree. There's broad powers that the state unfortunately gives cops to move you on, lawfully or not.
Yeah, but I'm saying that shouldn't be like that.
I'm saying I disagree with it, but I can see why the state gives them that power. That's why the end of that's
Sure.
very important. You know, unless it's like an absolutely ridiculous request by a, you know, a reasonable person. You think about it. The next thing is, if he stays there for long enough, it starts to become, I don't know, harassment, stalking, disturbing the
Well,
peace, because cops are going to keep getting called out.
so disturbing the peace is just like challenging someone to a fight or fighting people
Or noise complaint.
or a noise complaint. Just standing there looking at people is not disturbing the peace, and there's no real other charge for that. Like harassment is not a charge. Stalking, it has to be multiple instances and threats and stuff. So
Yes, stalking is very hard to prove.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. The guy was not committing a crime and then got arrested because the cop told him to leave when he was just in public, right? I don't think that should be like that.
I don't know. I can disagree with it as much as I want, but
Like, think about it this
I think
way:
some
the person
random are
that
just
was
fucking staring at you.
no, I agree. But think about it this way: the person that was getting looked at could also leave, right?
Not
They
if
don't
you're
have to
working
stay there
there.
and get looked at. Well, yeah, but you
Okay,
can
well
stop
that's
working
on.
and leave, right?
Okay, well, no, I think you're hyper focused on the wrong thing. Someone should be forced to, you know, go off duty.
No, I know.
Because some
I know what
creeper
you
wants to
mean.
stare at them.
But that creeper is in public, and he's not actually. He's just looking at people.
Yeah, but was he
right?
in public?
On a crime.
Was he on the
Yeah,
property
he was.
lines? Like,
He was
where was
not on
he?
the public. Not on the property. He was in public.
I don't know. I think it sets
That's
a
why I
bad
have an issue with
precedent.
it. It does. That's what I'm saying.
No. I'm arguing against your point, Eamon. I think it sets a bad precedent the other way. I'm not agreeing with you on
Why?
that. Because there's
What I'm
many
saying
times
is-
cops will tell you to do things, and it would just always come down to, well, I don't think that's a lawful order, so I'm not doing it.
Yeah. Well, my issue is if I'm just in public doing nothing wrong, and a cop can just tell me to get the fuck out of there, and if I don't comply, I get arrested. I don't like that. I don't think that should be like that.
I don't think it would hold up in court if you were stood there in the middle of the street doing nothing, and a cop come up and told you to fuck off, and you said no. If they would arrest you there, I don't think Falcone holds on that. Because that is patently ridiculous. A reasonable person doing nothing would have no reason to leave.
Yeah, I guess you're right. A reasonable person would agree with a cop telling a creepy guy to leave, but it also depends on what's your definition of creepy. How do you know he's looking at you with the binoculars? Maybe he's just looking at birds in the sky or something, and you're just in the same direction where the sky is he's looking at, right? I don't know. I
And
find
again, I think for this specific case, we're gonna go round in circles. But in broad strokes, you know, if you're doing something, say you've got camera out, and a cop comes up to you and says, "Hey, look, mate, just move it along," and you say no,
but like you have like the First Amendment, right? It's the First Amendment, right? That or the whatever it is. Article.
that's freedom of speech. That's not freedom to take creepy fucking
Well,
pictures.
and press, freedom of press as well.
Was he a member of the press?
Well, no, I'm not talking about him, but it would be very similar if he's like looking through binoculars or you're looking through a camera, right? Arguably, the camera would be worse, in my opinion.
I'm just saying, like, if you've got freedom of, you know, your freedom of assembly and all that kind of stuff, but the cops can still shut you down.
Yeah, I guess I just don't want cops to have the power to just tell me to leave somewhere when I'm not actually committing a crime.
Yeah, well, that's why you got to think about it. Would a reasonable person comply with this, or is it ridiculous?
Hmm.
Yeah, I guess so. The problem is, you know, some people might say he's not doing anything wrong.
What's your take on it,
How do
Marky?
you? I don't know.
Dallas, you've been very quiet.
So I can kind of see
Fuck
both
you,
sides
Mora.
here.
Calling her Merp.
I
See it in the
think
corner of my eye.
a reasonable person, if the cop approaches you and is like, "Hey, would you mind leaving the area?" Personally, I'm just gonna fucking leave. Like, I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
no,
argue.
Me too, but
So,
only if it makes
that's-
sense.
That's reasonable to me. I'm not gonna question it. I'm just gonna leave. Like, unless I absolutely have to be there for some reason, I'm just gonna leave. Like, it's not worth my time to like
I'm glad
argue
Mark
with a
isn't
cop and
live. There's no
potentially get
other recording
arrested,
but me.
right?
I agree with you on that.
Like,
Well,
so
yeah, that's the part of the reasonable person. You know, if he's there and he's
Yeah.
not leaving, he's there for another reason.
right,
Or they're there for another reason. Let's not be stereotypical.
right. It's like if you're bird watching, I mean, there's plenty of birds, and honestly, probably better places to bird watch.
I mean, again, I'm not saying that that guy wasn't being creepy, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I'm just saying, how do you know that he was being creepy? He could just be
'Cause he
looking
didn't
at
leave.
anything.
Yeah, I think the
Yeah,
fact
sure,
that you
but
don't leave is
what if in his mind he's like, I'm not doing anything wrong. Why do I need to leave? Right? You get what I'm saying?
right. But a lot of people think they're not doing something wrong when they really are. Like people break the law all the time, and they're like, "Well,
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
not really doing anything wrong."
If he's
It's like,
breaking the law, right? I agree, but he wasn't breaking the law. That's my issue with it. There's no crime you could charge him with except for failure to comply, which makes that, in my opinion, wrong.
well, okay. How about this? Take Matt Brees for example. He goes up, antagonizes somebody. He doesn't think he's doing anything wrong. Is he though? I'd say yes.
Sure. But then if you tell him to stop doing that and he doesn't, can you arrest him for failure to comply? I don't think you can.
I don't think I can
Yeah.
unless he's off duty and I'm on duty. But I can tell him to fuck off and report him to his superiors.
Yeah, sure, but it's a law thing that I'm more talking.
Dallas does hate Breeze.
Morally,
Everyone hates
I
Breeze.
agree with you guys. Legally speaking, I think it's too much power for a cop to be able to just tell someone to behave in a certain way when they are not actually committing a crime.
So I get that,
I
but at
get
the
where
same
Damien's coming
time,
from.
we have a lot of people that would take that and run with it.
See,
Yeah.
Dallas is getting to the point that, you know,
And kind of
see,
abuse
you would have
it, so to
crimes
speak.
abused, the whole,
I
I'm
guess
not
I
doing
am
anything
looking
illegal.
at it from the point of view of someone who doesn't actually commit crime and just wants to
Right.
be left alone by cops. I guess
Right.
that's true.
True, we are jaded that way. Because patently
I-
we aren't doing anything wrong, and we still
Yeah.
get harassed.
Yeah, it shouldn't happen.
I'm just scared of the fact that, you know, if Zoe May comes to the lot and tells me you need to ID yourself when I don't see any reason why, and then she arrests me, then the judge agrees with her in the same way where the judge agrees with the cop telling the guy to fuck off, right? That's my issue. That's why I'm scared about that.
So the thing with the ID, I'm pretty sure there's a case law about that.
Yeah, there is. There has
Yeah,
to
we've
be.
talked this
Really?
over.
It is, yeah.
It's gonna suck, and hopefully it's not you, Damien, but one of us is getting arrested for this, because she's just baiting it by now, and I'm not complying the next time.
I'm not gonna push it too far. I'm gonna tell you that because I really don't want any charges on my profile. To be honest.
You got that your business to worry about, but I'm gonna tell her
Yeah.
to go fuck herself with a button.
Yeah. No, I for you I get it, but for me, you know, it's a little different.
Yeah.
So they have to have probable
Hey,
cause to ask for an ID,
very much for
pretty
the
much.
raid.
Which
We are discussing legal things
you know,
with her.
you could argue that if
definitely
she sees you
not
lockpicking a car and get into the
grape
car, she
seed
has probable
information
cause.
clamp
But then
that
if
is
she sees
Dallas.
me impound the car and open the gate with my key, that probable cause disappears because she is now aware of the fact that I impounded the car and it worked for Gemini, right? In my opinion, at that point, she has no
She
more
knows
right.
you work for Gemini. She's interacted with you working for Gemini before. She's called you for toes.
Sure, she could just be like, well, I don't fucking know. I call a lot of people for those, right?
Okay, there's 3 active people that work for Gemini in this state.
I'm just saying from her,
You were the
what
top
she
one.
would argue.
I'm the second, and then it's Gordon.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
if
just
she
know
went down
what
that
she was-
road, I would have half the fucking police force to go on the stand and be like, "Do you know I work for Gemini?" You know,
I
just
think,
really force that point. Open
I'm
stream
thinking
as
about
well,
it
you.
from would a judge be like, it's
Oh,
reasonable
we gotta
for
go
her
judge
to
shop
know that
if
you
this
work
goes
for
to court
Gemini.
one of these days.
just because she calls me for toes doesn't mean she has to remember my face if she just doesn't give a fuck about people, which it seems like she doesn't, right? She could just be like, I don't care. I don't have to remember your face or your name. Why would I? I don't know you. You're not my friend. I just call someone for a toe. I barely look at the name I call. Like, she could just say that. And I would believe it, to be honest.
Okay, I would only take that from a cop in early shift 1 who I very rarely interact with. And it would be reasonable for them not to know me. But I
What I
will not
find
take that
funny-
from a cop that I have interacted with several times. Because if I know them, they know me.
Well, yeah, but again, look at it from a judge's point of view.
Yeah, which is why you would establish that she knows you.
Yeah, I guess.
You're Gemini's #1 fucking worker. You could probably ask any random cop on the police force. In fact, Alice, could you do me a favor?
Hmm?
Could you contact one of your random cop friends and just ask them, do they know who Damien Thorbenson is?
I mean, some people probably know me for the worst reasons possible because there were a lot of rumors being spread about me just towing cop cars for bad reasons. Which was all
Yeah, well,
wrong.
do you know what
but
that proves? You work for a tow
they know
company.
me.
What tow company? Gemini.
Radio check Grapeseed Radio.
Nice.
Grapeseed's gonna probably know me most of them.
Oh, it's just me here. Damn.
Ooh.
Oh, by
It
yourself.
doesn't matter. Honestly,
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter.
Okay,
Most of the
think
time
about
when
it
I'm
this
around, I
way.
don't
I've
think-
interacted with Samson. Ranger Samson now fucking handful of times. Not an awful lot. But, when he called Dallas here, he knew who I was.
I mean, yeah, I know who Samson is. He probably doesn't know who I am, though. That's
Oh,
my
I bet
issue.
you. Dallas, call Samson, see if he knows who Damien is.
I doubt it.
Prove a
I've
point. Help
interacted
me
with him
prove a
maybe
point.
twice. It's gonna be.
Hey, Mark, do you
You're
know Damien? Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
See?
Okay.
See?
Sorry, they're having me help them prove a point.
fair enough.
Damien thinks people wouldn't, know of him. Yeah, I know.
See? Point proven. Also, she works for
Uh,
DPPD. They know all of us.
I don't think so. Huh. Yeah, no, he's
What
one of the people I've been
onesie is
chatting with.
happening?
Mark says hello, Damien.
Hello back, Mark.
He
Yeah,
says
bestie
hello
Mark.
back.
All right, point taken. Fine. People might know me.
Yeah, which is why Zoe May
Oh.
cannot use the bullshit excuse of she doesn't know you work for Gemini.
They like to chat about laws and stuff. That's interesting.
I do like to chat about that.
Yeah, we gotta be a lot lizarding somewhere.
God, I gotta find a lawyer to
Mhm.
have me become a paralegal.
Gemini are gonna turn from tow boys to lawyer boys.
Yeah, I don't know. Did he? Yeah.
But yeah, when we're not towing, this is what we do. We just stand
Yep,
around and
yep,
talk case
that's all
laws
I needed. You're doing good.
and random judgments. And how we can fuck her with cops.
Wait, did you say you were in the ICU? Oh, that is very different.
Just
Okay,
load
thank
this
God.
on. We were showing Dallas our collection of illusion doors, which we get from the Grapeseed cops that come and take their
Aw, miss you
cars out
too.
of the lot.
All right, I'm being a phone girl, so
Eve,
I'm
if you're
gonna
still
let you
here,
go.
did you have fun at traffic court the other day? Sounded like there was some
Yeah.
interesting ones there.
There's not much happening.
NA traffic court was fun. Could have been more fuckerage at it though.
Yeah.
I really love court that is just low stakes. and it doesn't matter. I think it's funny. You can just be a little shit.
Oh, Stone's around.
Oh God.
What was
What
that?
have you done?
Oh. Nice.
Sweet, we got the law updated.
Oh, not good.
He was not here. He was pushing changes on Van Doors. That's your favorite
Mhm.
judge, Van Doors.
I do like vendors.
You're gonna
A lot
have
of
to
people
tip
don't.
Van Doors one of these days for all the work she's done for you.
I can't. That would be a bribe. I can't do that.
Oh,
No, it's a tip.
really?
It depends on what kind of tip you're
Oh.
talking about, but it would be a bribe regardless.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna assume anything about
I was mad
the
at him?
Honourable Judge Van Doors.
What? No, I haven't even.
Just trying to
seen
dick down a
this.
lawyer now, are you, Damien?
That's
Or
not
like
what
a
I'm
judge?
saying.
No, I'm not mad
Well,
at
why'd
him.
you say just the tip like that?
I just haven't seen him lately.
That's not what I said.
That's what I heard.
Send it.
Great. Well, I'm glad
the
the one
hell did
charge
Carl
that
just
only we
say?
could get loophole has been
Oh,
changed.
got it. Hmm.
Wait. Hold on.
Into. Alrighty. I'll see you out there, Mark.
Oh, no, that is good. That's great. We
Bye-bye,
can't get
you
charged with
too.
illegal operation anymore for just being parked illegally. Like, that made no sense.
More toe changes.
That is very good. Because it made no fucking sense to be charged with illegal operations for just being parked illegally as a tow. That made no sense.
Okay, so a tow truck driver could have gotten a point on their CDL for being parked at an unpaid meter.
Yep.
They're the only.
Not anymore.
Well, not anymore because the law has just been changed. But we were the only people in the state that could have been charged criminally for being an unpaid meter and get a point in your CDL. It's fucking wild.
Well, unauthorized parking is a charge too, but it is crazy to get a point on your CDL. Honestly, I find the unauthorized parking charge a stupid charge too. Getting a point on your license for illegal parking is ridiculous. It makes no sense to me, but
Yeah, but unauthorized parking is like $100. Illegal operation of a tow vehicle is like what, near 300, and a point on your CDL for being
no,
parked
I'm
at a
talking
meter
about
that's
the point
unpaid.
thing. The money is like whatever, but the fact that you get a point is crazy.
Yeah, you get 3 of those and then you're fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have argued in court that it says operating which you're not operating shit if your car is just parked.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
A Van Doors W.
So I'm pretty sure that would have gotten you away with it, but it's good that it's been changed. I appreciate that. Van Doors for the win.
Yeah, we stand Van Doors around here.
I mean, she's
Van
agreed
Doors
with
has
me
contributed
every
to
time.
like 7 of our court wins. We're throwing
Nice.
PC out because they didn't exist.
To be fair, the PC for my warrants were not just thrown out by Van Doors. When I sued for malicious prosecution, that judge also agreed with there being no PC. So it's not just
Yeah, which is why
one.
I'm saying, you should send Van Doors a lovely bouquet of flowers or something. And not the
I
tip,
probably
which you were
shouldn't.
saying.
I probably shouldn't do that.
All right. Well, this has been lovely, but I am starving and I want to get to Ellie's before they inevitably close because I'm coming to them.
Okay. Well, we're getting a call, so this is fortuitous timing.
Perfect timing.
Gemini towing.
Hey there, do you guys do state impound release?
No, I can give you the number of someone that does state impound release, though.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
You guys take care.
Yeah, if they don't answer, just call the FIB. They want to be state tours. But I'll send you the number now.
Okay, damn it, I gotta call my own work.
Yeah.
All right,
we
I'll
can
just
do
call
boys.
them, guys.
Okay. Bye now.
Thank you.
Actually, at this point, you could just give them the number of a cop, because that would also work. You give them the number of Breeze. Just have them call
it's
Breeze
funnier
for
to give
state
them
release.
the fucking director of the FIB's number.
Oh no, yeah, that would be funnier. But also, Breeze would also be funny. Because I know Breeze is on duty right now. Imagine how funny it is that he's just constantly getting calls. Hey, can you help me get my car out of state impound? Just
No, the
imagine how
motherfucker
fucking
probably
hilarious.
clock on for towing and double dip. You know, Jay told Corbin that he made more than like the commissioner by being signed on as dispatch and tow.
Yeah, they made like $3,000 in 2 days. Probably working about 4 hours a day, maybe at most. Probably less. That actually, that's why that was a problem. That is so gross to do that. I'm not gonna lie.
This is why Connor was carning about them being signed on for both. Because I don't
Like
think the system
I've
kicks them
spoken to
out or pays them the
those
lower.
PD tow fellas too, and they were making fucking bank on state pay, and it's just actually kind of ridiculous.
Well, yeah, well, they were defrauding the state. But to be
Yeah.
fair, the state should sue them, but also the fact that the state was the one encouraging it. What the fuck did Corbin just twist it?
What does that mean? Oh, it's about.
And Ophelia out here getting on like we're all hitting cars.
I'm pretty sure she's not talking about us.
No, I know.
Most
I'm
people
just
are
also
very
think it's
much
funny just
aware
to...
about. Yeah, it is interesting that everybody's like tow workers do that. But you know, everybody that I talk to is very aware that we don't do that.
Just trying to process some of the things that have been said. Right, I think,
To be fair, I do appreciate a judge that actually cares enough to
those
try and
motherfuckers
make
are
the
bumping.
legislation better, you know?
Like, as sad as
a
I
good
am, it's
thing.
not coming from the tow father, you know. I'll take the tow step aunt.
I mean, listen, she's been agreeing the fuck out of tow shit with us, so I mean.
What did I just say? I'd take the tow step aunt.
Yeah. She seems to at least have read it compared to the cops.
Oh, yeah, she's a judge. She can read. It's part of the job.
Well, not just read. She also kind of understands it, I think.
You know, we want the bare basics for at least the judiciary. As long as they can read, I'm happy enough.
I'm gonna try and become a judge, but only for towing related things.
Oh, there was
Nothing
a
else,
clerk
just tow.
that used to do a lot of the like tow court stuff.
Yeah, but they were
God, what the
fucking
fuck
up.
do you call it? I can't remember now.
Wombats
It's been
too.
so long. No, it was a different one. They used to work for Steel.
Yeah, that's wombats too.
I don't think it's Wombat. It was, God, what do you call her? I've met Wombat before. No, was it Lockheed she worked for? I can't remember. It's been fucking months. I mean, this one's yours if you want it. Well, in fact, never mind.
I can find it.
I'm gonna have to sort out my headphones in a minute, guys, because for some reason they keep just cutting in and out. Nah, we all know Eve can read, which means Van Dorst can read. Because Eve tends to be very high. See, I got my disclaimer. That's all I wanted. That's all Connor wanted, you know?
Yeah,
Look, if people want to
it's
call out
wombats too.
Steel, you know, it's not Wombat. I'll get you her name. I know it's not Wombat. I've interacted with Wombat.
I mean, that's someone that has ruled on towing stuff. That
Yeah, no, I understand that.
she,
I'm the aware clerk, but this is a different person that I'm talking about. I don't think you ever met them.
all right. I mean, it's fair. I'm just saying, you know, wombats too. She also did towing stuff as a clerk.
God, what
That's
do
why I
you
thought of
call
her.
the tow person? I think they've fired her out of Steel now. God, what do you call her? That's going to irritate me because I
Probably.
know they're playing a tow worker on what do you call it now? An unscripted.
I mean, you know what? I could just maybe. Actually, court clerk is not a filter for government job. I don't think.
No, I doubt they're even a court clerk anymore. Oh, fuck, what do you call her?
Wait, there's only one lifer? Wait, there's a military.
Well, yeah,
What the fuck?
there's the military base, you know.
John Justice Deborah Timmons. The fuck do they even do?
I think her name was something like Toe in the
It's a very
surname as well.
recent hire of.
In
That's
fact,
crazy.
let's go to the is ERP in effect?
How am I? How would I know?
It's normally a state announcement.
Oh, then no.
This man's gonna phone call. You told
Gemini
me what,
towing.
Moda? Was it Diane? I think it might have been Diane.
I like to tow
something.
cars if they're parked illegally. Yes.
This sounds like something we're not going to.
All right. Well, where do you need me? Is it the Black Fudo? Yeah. All right. Yep. I also got a call about it earlier, but we were talking to a police officer for like probably 40 minutes. So.
Why would you say that, Damien? Why would you say that? Fucking man out here getting on like we're talking to cops.
Oh, it's a rental? Oh, jeez. Yeah, all right.
There we
can come
go.
Pick it up, if it's in the way. No worries.
2 cups. In a 2
We'll
cups.
be there in about 2 minutes, minute and a half.
Hey, Connor.
No worries.
Hey,
See you in a bit. Bye-bye.
need a favor.
Just at,
Can
at the
you
glitch
tow
illegally
a
parked.
Damon Laws custom that's stuck at Burger Shot in Sandy up to Stab City for me?
Yes, definitely one of yours then. You know, setting me up to get stabbed.
No, this is one of ours. It's we keep falling asleep over here,
Oh.
and
right.
the key is just not working, and now it's stuck in the ignition.
Yeah, no worries. We'll grab it quick. I'm
All
gonna
right.
bring it to stab to you.
Okay,
No worries. Chat to you
appreciate
later.
it.
Bye now. We'll go to your one in a wee second. I didn't realize that we were saying, you know, dying to
Yeah,
cops.
it's
Was
apparently
Diane 2 cops is who the clerk used to be.
Who?
Yeah, 2 cops, you wouldn't know her. But she made some really egregious ruling in, like, Steele's favour or something, and then she got fired or something. I just remember her being a court clerk, aiming for, like, judge, and then definitely shooting cops or shooting at cops from like a locked view tow truck. Supposed to be a one
Diane,
lifer.
2 cups. Wait, she
Yeah.
shot at a tow truck?
Yeah, well, she used to run around with steel and the lock keyboards.
She has no charges.
I
She
don't
also
think
has
they
a
ever got lifted.
non-expirable driving license, which is interesting.
Yeah, she's been around a while.
9483. That
Connor's
was
just making shit
before
up. He
I
can't
was in the
remember.
city,
To
so
be
yes.
fair, you know, he's an unreliable narrator on that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she was like in the tow truck several times when Apple shot the shit out of people.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah, Connor, or not Connor, Mola, you've gotten Corbin all of your W's.
You saw that?
Oh, I
No,
saw
wait
that
for
coming
Troco
up the
just in
fucking,
time,
you know.
yeah.
It's a white fucking car that's very
It's
noticeable.
good to know. Good to know that that's there, because I would not be paying attention and just drive through that stop sign without looking.
Yeah, you gotta use your eyes. Also, I did not see that cop. I was just coming to a slow roll.
I mean,
at
I
the
already
top 'cause
got
I
a
want
first
locals to
degree
fuck
speeding
me.
ticket. Beyond that, I don't really care anymore.
I just want them to pull me over while I'm going to do stuff.
Why?
Because I want to do this and then I want to get back to that other car. God fucking hell, you tried to take me out.
Yep, definitely their fault. Yep.
Yep, totally their fault. We should have either sped up or slowed down.
Yeah, they saw a truck coming. That's what I would do.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
There's storms happening on Sunday, so just be careful.
Yeah, I'm about to be gone.
Yeah, for some reason I can't even start my bike either, so both our bikes are fucked.
Yeah, is there another one around here that you need?
Literally on the other side of that house in the corner. Next
Okay,
to
do you want to
the
jump in the
pink
back?
Segoy.
Of
Yeah, I gotta figure out where the
tow
fuck he
truck?
went. I don't know where he went either. He's asleep still. Oh,
Just jump
we
in the
can
back
jump in the
there.
back. Oh, yeah.
Connor. Yeah, you'll not fall off this one.
Alright, I gotta figure out where the fuck he is.
Yeah, I could take a jump and you'd stay on here. It's a very flat, sturdy base.
Oh, shit.
I know, get noted. To be fair, I thought the car was going faster than it was.
Ooh, I got a buy for my camper for 17,000. Fuck yeah.
You aiming for a house or something? You just getting rid of vehicles you don't use?
I don't use the fucking camper anymore. I got a house. I have everything I need.
I've just noticed a big uptick in people selling cars. Has it become easier or something, or?
No, you gotta have a judge help you out.
Yeah, but like, are they more receptive to it? Because I know when somebody was
RC's
looking to-
receptive to it. I know that whenever he's available.
so there's actually a judge that'll do it. I know people were trying to sell cars a couple of months ago and they just were told no, it was only an FIB thing. Any of your friends?
Yeah.
He's not supposed to be at court.
Not yet. It's not till 7:15. You
How
can
long
just
would that be?
bring it in the center if you want.
You want it in the center? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just wasn't sure how shooty your guys are for, you know.
Oh no, you're good. You're with me. You're fine. You're right where the rest of the bikes are is fine. We gotta go pick up the other bike.
No worries. Do you want me to try and lockpick it to see if I can't get the keys out the
Oh, you
ignition?
can't lockpick the Damons.
Oh, okay, no worries. It'll be up to stand lock. About how long away is 7 o'clock?
In 20 minutes, it'll be 2 hours. So 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, Damien, we're coming back. I kind of figured you just, jumped out the tow truck.
Yeah, I just wanted to take something out of my apartment. I'm back
We're
now.
coming back that way. If you stay
Yeah,
at the
I'm at the
apartment, I'll
Irvine.
swing by and I'll swing around and pick you up from the Irvine.
Yeah, I'm at the corner where the road's
Nice.
corner. Alright, see you in a bit.
Bye.
Yeah, I run the way back to grab my bike. Just save on my bike and hop on the back of the tow truck. Yeah, I can't even turn mine on. So what the fuck ever happened back there? Fuck their bikes.
It's because people aren't. This is
Your
coming
key's
because
stuck
they
in the
aren't
fucking
parking
car
their
in the
cars.
bike, by the way.
Like, a lot of these issues would be resolved if people would just park their
Yeah,
fucking cars.
yeah, trust me. Anything I feel.
Because we were having similar issues, head pops, all sorts of random shit were
All right,
happening.
we're here in like 1 second. We're literally pulling up now.
I'm gonna fucking burn that thing down.
Yeah, I'm tired of Burger Shot.
Yeah. I remember fucking months back fucking having issues fucking falling asleep around it.
Yeah, and this is like the worst fucking time to be falling asleep too.
Yeah, no, I absolutely hate the goddamn place.
I think you should try and do some community outreach, boys, and see if you can't get people to utilize the parking garage as well. That might help. Sandy's cursed,
true.
but it could be less cursed.
Yeah, I don't want this car is parked at the fucking Irvine.
I always park in the parking garage. I don't see a reason why to not do that.
I'm about to just start towing cars and park them myself at this point.
I know we had similar issues in Toledo before the parking walk opened. But once it opened, and people got the message.
Oddly enough, it's Burger Shot itself that's causing the issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it'll probably
It's
help.
been Burger Shot.
That big burger is creating a lot of radiation.
Yeah, I mean they got rid of the fucking Big Burger already, didn't they?
I don't know. I don't.
Yeah,
I
I
wasn't
didn't
paying
see it
attention
on
at the
top.
building.
Yeah, because fucking this shit happened like, what was it? October, November. Fucking, it used to be a big issue. And they got rid of the Big Burger. And for a while there, I don't think I had heard anyone having issues around it. But just today, I don't know what's going on down there.
Connor, are you with Osiris?
Yes. And
Okay. Did you get your hoodie to wear for tonight?
I did not.
Did you want one for tonight?
Yeah, I'll take a hoodie.
All right, I'll grab you one real quick. Just only for tonight. Just if anything, leave it at Flywheels when you're done. Inside the office.
Oh yeah, no, I get it. It's a one-time pass.
Hey, Axel.
Hey guys, we're gonna get to wear the Lost hoodie.
Here you go. You might have to wash it. It was on the couch.
Cheers, thank you.
No, all
Take
right.
good care of it.
Appreciate it. How much value, by the way?
Nah, don't worry about it, man. That
sure?
Burger Shot's shit,
All right, Connor. I appreciate it.
No worries, boys.
You guys have a good one.
And that false flag. I'm gonna have to see if I can get the
Did
hoodie
you say
under
Axel,
the...
Axel back?
Yeah, it sounds like that's who we were talking now.
That's good, because Miro was crashing out yesterday. She was she called me up crying. I think I'm getting a divorce. I think I'm gonna get a divorce. I'm thinking about going back to New York. You know how it goes.
Yeah, a little bit. I can understand that.
probably need some food soon. Maybe just like I don't know. I don't know how long I'm gonna be around for. I'm gonna be honest. I am also crashing out.
You're not crashing out. You're just tired. You got
Yeah,
stabbed,
I'm
man.
crashing out.
I fucking hate that term.
I know you do. Which is
Zoomers
why
not
I like
crashing
using
out.
it. Nah, but I'm very tired.
Well, do you want me to take you over to B&B and you can just get checked out there?
I am checked out because
Oh yeah, that's right. Remotely tell
but
staff.
I'm gonna go for another like hour and a half. Be fine.
Okay, well,
Look, there's
what
a
we need to
legally
do is
parked
figure
car.
out whose car is this at the airline.
Yeah, the other one that we need to get is at the medical Eclipse.
Yeah, but it's a rental. It'll be there. It's not going to go anywhere. I don't know why my headset has decided that it wants to cut in and out, guys. It's very annoying.
You know what's kind of funny?
Oh,
Apparently, even if we have the hook on the car, we are technically not in custodial possession. Not until it's actually on the back of the truck.
well, yeah, because the hook can snap, so you're
Yeah,
not in
but
custodial possession of it.
my argument would be if you can only drive your car away by breaking the hook, then you're committing a crime, which means we are in custodial possession if the hook is on, technically.
Okay, well, if I can relieve you of my car with no damage to your life or property, then you are not in custodial possession of it.
Yeah, but how would you drive a car away that the hook is on without breaking anything? You know what I mean?
Well, the hook's not going to damage your truck. It's a hook. Just add a new one to it.
I'm
Do you
sure
want this
get
one, or
what
do you
I'm
want me to take this one?
I already put it on. I already put the hook on, so you can just take a picture. It'll be good.
So yeah, that's Connor's argument is if you can drive away, then Now, give me a second. I just need to get another side shot.
Yeah.
Alright, we're good.
I just realized I have not towed a single car today.
Yeah, I know that.
One of these days, huh?
Well, I keep offering you, and you just don't keep taking up the opportunity.
I'm just enjoying the company and the ride, to be honest.
But yeah, I am
I
now
do
in
need to-
custodial possession of this vehicle, and as I told Imogen the other day, once it's on the back of your truck, you basically have it hostage.
Nope. I do need to start towing again, I'm gonna be honest.
You say that like you don't own, like the fucking...
I haven't towed in a while. Like not longer than like 2-3 hours.
I have seen these people going around a couple of times.
I'm running out of money, Connor. You need to start
Fuck off.
providing again. Like, to be specific, I'm running out of cash.
Okay, well I could say that, but fucking run out of money my fucking ass.
Well, I've heard how expensive some of the houses are that are, becoming available in some places, and it seems like I will never, ever, ever be able to make enough money to buy those, so...
I would not panic about any houses till they're actually on the damn market.
Yeah, no, I'm not really looking to buy a house, but it seems like they are going to be pricey to the point where the only people that can buy them are criminals.
Yeah, you got criminal friends, ask them for a loan.
My criminal friends ask me for loans to buy houses.
Your criminal friends need to get better.
Not disputing that. I don't know if I should tell you this, but
I think he's gonna.
you
anyway,
know
guys.
that there are like people in sanitation like washing like 20 grand a day, right?
Wouldn't
Sometimes
surprise
even
me.
multiple times a day. Like it's fucking ridiculous. Like they just put in like 20 grand into the business account cash, right? Pretend like they're selling a storage thing, and then they get 80% of that back. Like these
I think
people
that would
are
be very
cleaning.
easy to audit. So anyone that's
Would it
doing
though?
washing, yeah, well,
FIB would need to prove that they are not selling 20K materials for cash, which I believe criminals would sometimes do that. Now, not that often, and they are doing it in like one of these guys got like an 80 grand payout in a week.
I'm just going to
Apparently.
tell you now, if there's any massive transactions going through any business's books, FIB or the police will be all over it. It might be difficult to prove, but at the minute I think it's only, what do you call it? It's only the that one storage company that's doing the safe, so you could correlate their safe sales.
Yeah, you could, but then you would have to audit both businesses. And if one of the businesses is completely legal and the other one isn't, and also, so here's the thing: what they're doing is they're selling the materials that you would use for the storage, right? And the price for that would actually be around like 20K, apparently. So it's not like the 20K cash for the materials would be far-fetched at all.
Yeah, but okay.
What would be far-fetched is someone buying one of those storages, like 3 or 4 people buying those storages every single day. That would be far-fetched, and I do think that eventually they're gonna get rolled for that. But
yeah, because they're only doing half of the cleaning of the books. The cleaning of the books that way only works if you are the material company and the company that is selling the safes. Because for every transaction's worth of those style of materials, you should have a corresponding transaction in the other business for a safe.
yeah, but think about it.
Or something approaching that.
Think about how hard it would be for the FIB to prove any of that, though, because they would have to audit both businesses to be able to prove that.
Well, yeah, and think about it this way. If one of the businesses was asked and they complied with, a show of their sales, well, you were instantly fucked.
I took it off, but I don't know what
No, that's alright.
happened. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be forever, but
I don't think it's gonna last for a long time.
I'm just imagining
yeah,
if I worked
20%.
for sanitation, I would just do it smart. Like maybe like once a week, I would just clean 20 grand. Like I would never get caught for that. Maybe even once a month, just on top of the way I do it with the towing, right? And it would just be so easy.
Yeah, there's a reason
like I did
why...
the math.
But yeah, trust me. Somebody sat and went through more than 106 tow records. 106 is the ones that they brought forward. So if you think the FIB analysts aren't going to sit there and troll through business records, build a case, different transactions,
Yeah, I guess.
go to a secondary business and corroborate that they're not doing anything illegal.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about the fact that some of those guys that are obviously criminals are probably washing a good 300-400K a month. They just because they're getting about, let's say they're doing it once a day, they're getting about 16 grand a day. That's 3 times 160 grand is about 480 grand that they're cleaning in a month, right? Roughly.
Yeah.
Probably a little less. Like that's just clean money in their bank account, quote unquote clean. How would a fully legal person ever compete with that? Like every house would just be bought by criminals. Like I would not be able to outbid someone that makes that much money by being a criminal.
Okay,
So
but
yeah.
on the flip side, that'll not last for long. And if they can prove that all of that cash was, the proceed of criminal activities. I'm not saying they'll get it all, but they'll get a good chunk of it.
Yeah. The thing is, they
That
need
only
a
works if you're in both
preponderance of
businesses.
evidence. Yeah, but that's the thing, they are, right?
Okay, but think about it this way. There's more than one sanitation company now. The same way there's more than one
I'm assuming they're
towing
doing it
company.
both.
I'd say one of them's probably doing it cleverer than the other if, you know, they've just got an employee washing,
Like,
you know,
for example, this
large
guy,
chunks of
right?
cash.
This guy that used to be like a DA paralegal, who is now just a massive shoot cops criminal, is both clocked in as the sanitation and selling industrial storages. Right? He's, to me, it's very blatant what he's doing.
Okay, well, if it's blatant, what
Good
you know
for
to
him.
you, it's definitely blatant for the FIB.
Sure, but they need to prove it. Just knowing that he's doing it is not enough.
Well, and what I'm telling you is the FIB are dogged enough to prove it. I'm gonna tell you now, washing cash, as you know yourself, is very difficult in this state. Trying to wash it through any sort of actual business is stupid. In large amounts.
Yeah.
You can drip feed it through, trust me. We don't do it at Gemini,
Yeah.
but there's definitely ways to do it.
I'm not gonna tell you exactly everything, but I spoke to someone about sanitation, about the fact that they're running that much money through that business, and I let them know that is going to be a problem in the future. Because
Yeah, it might work for a bit, but eventually they're going to get caught. It's too much money.
yeah, no,
Especially if it
is,
started out
really
of
is.
nowhere. You know, you could ramp shit like that up. But, you know,
Yeah, I did the calculations. If they have like 4 people in sanitation doing that, if they have 4 people just cleaning 20 grand a day, right? The business is making $16,000 every day. Like just
that's too much.
straight up, that is too much.
You know,
Because
even
like
for companies that are, you know, that are just basically fronts to wash money. Any of those cash transaction ones, you know, tarot card readings, fucking, you know the ones I'm talking about. Car washing, all that kind of shit. Legal advice. You know, if you're just charging for random services, which a lot of people do, you can easily wash money through there, but you gotta be sensible about it.
yeah, because I thought about it, right? When I was talking to the guy, I thought about it like when I clean money through Gemini, it's like at most I'll deposit like $300 as a drop fee. I don't even really do that anymore. I've done it like once or twice maybe, but that's like the most that I would do in like a day, maybe like twice a day at most. Like if the moment you deposit 20 grand multiple times a day, and then multiple people do that multiple times a day, like I'm gonna be honest, that
Yeah, Gemini is definitely one you could run more cash. We don't, but if you want, you know, if that was something that we were looking to do at the business, if I catch anyone running cash through the business in a way to clean it, that's obvious. I will just fire them. Take it at this vehicle, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
In like an obvious way either. One, it would be fucking stupid to do that. And two, I don't really need to do that. I don't need that much money.
Well, that's the thing. You don't need that much money.
Alright.
You taking a picture?
This is a rental.
It's a rental. We're just taking it to the rental shop.
Oh yeah, no. I take a picture because you know how cops are. I've been pulled over by cops and they've been like, "All right, do you have documentation of the vehicle, right?"
Well, why? Because I'm not impounding it. I'm operating as a repo driver.
No, I know. I'm just covering bases.
I would love for them to take me to court over that. Because the first thing I would do is I would just drop it and, you know, get into it. Like, right, I'll drive it.
Yeah. No, it's just a force of habit, you know. Take a picture of every car you put on the back. It's not a bad thing to do.
Yeah, I get you.
It's not like
Connor doesn't. I don't take pictures of fucking rental vehicles. So there you go. Look at the rental paper. Take it back.
The issue is I also don't know if this is overdue, right? And if it's not overdue, technically we can tow it for the repo.
How long was it there?
It's been there a while, but for all we know, they rented it for like 5-6. So apparently, the person that rented this was forced at gunpoint to rent it. So. No, I don't know why you would
documented as part of a crime or something. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah, the first person that called me about this car was a cop, but said it wasn't part of a PD scene. So.
Oh yeah,
what it is.
Fucking suggestion tools. Fuck off of that ones.
Yeah, I did the thing that I like doing. I'm like, yep, if we get the time, we'll swing by and pick it up. Just never swing by and pick it up. But then a doctor called me, and I was like, all right, fine, that's fair. They're annoyed that it's in the way. I get that.
I answer them in a very stereotypical Irish way, which is I'll say I will, which means I won't. An Irish person ever says to you, I will, or I will, or yeah, sure, I'll do that, they're not doing it. I'm going to tell you now.
I don't really know that many Irish people beside you.
Casanova Rose. Right, you can return it then. You get some money.
Oh, wow.
$13
Guess how much? $13 whole. You were right. Let me do a quick trash check for phones.
Freak.
No phones. Do you want that phone that's in your glove box, by the way?
Not really. I was just going to throw it in the car.
I want it.
You want it from you, freak.
Well, you know why I want it. Oh, you know.
There's something wrong with you. But yeah, Moda, like, I think that is a patently stupid thing to do with sanitation, and it will get them shut down or fired or...
Yeah, I need some food before I start starving to death.
Where do you want to go? I've been waiting for you to pick where you want to be.
There is nothing open. So, Clucking Bell it is, I guess.
Do you want to do this one?
Everybody is gambling at the moment.
Probably. I saw the thing was open. It was like Gemini's a very easy way that you can drip money through it, and I think we should drip money through it on an OOC level. I'm not doing it on Connor because Connor's heard them express. You good?
Yeah. Did you not hear me?
No, I didn't hear you. Gemma and everyone's kind of expressed the whole we don't run money through the businesses. Drop fees, car relocation fees. You could do that in a steady enough stream that you could clean money. Like, it's not fast, but you could clean that. And I think that's what a lot of the people that clean money do, is they just want to do it too fast. It's a patience thing. You got your towing tips, your charges as well. Yeah, you get 75% back of what you put in, but if it's illegally gotten money, then do you care? It's money that you didn't have anyway, so 75% of something is better than 75% of nothing. Just be careful with the water in here. It might be cursed, it might not be. I can't remember if they uncursed it when the Soskies took over.
I already got fucking almost murdered by someone, so what worse can it be?
Okay, well, curses aren't something to be trifled with. Boost a local car too for free money. Well, this is the thing, you could put in, such and such paid a drop fee. We don't note who we charge for the drop fees, and we've never done it, so it's nothing out of the ordinary. We've done it twice. And the justification for those two would be, well, they said that they were going to challenge the
Fucking
drop
Dell,
fee.
more like fucking gross. Am I right?
Well done.
Good
You
one.
got through it in the end. You know, you could definitely run a lot of money through the businesses.
Listen, I did not go to
If more
clown
people did
school, all right?
cash.
So I don't know how to make jokes. Do I look like a clown? No, I don't.
I don't know. Your first haircut when you turned up at Gemini.
Oh, right. That's
Not
me.
fucking
That's
breed.
unnecessary.
Connor just been a dick. Oh, Talia's Twinston. I hope she's around.
Let me guess. Everybody is just at the casino now, right?
That motherfucker is at the casino and not putting in our safe.
Wait, what?
So I hope she isn't at the casino and just not putting in our safe. And Connor's got to text Talia. Nope, that's not Talia. It's around next in proper English. I would say next round. You are around next. Connor. Connor's not convinced that he's saved in Talia's phone book. Jump up to 870 when you get a chance. But yeah, you can launder money in ONX. It's fucking difficult and it's
Radio
not fast.
check.
Check.
Oh, wait. Did I just hit your cup in the air?
No.
What happened?
Yeah.
You know what's sad? Sad for me.
What's sad for you?
I towed like a fucking degen for like 2-3 months. And then the moment I slow down is when we start submitting the city cleanup again.
Yeah, I know, it's funny.
It's so painful.
Look, you were well compensated with those cars that you towed, trust me.
Yeah, honestly, it is what it is.
Yeah, you were still getting your state pay and all the other stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's just kind of funny to point out. I'm not mad about it. I don't really care that much, but it is interesting. I just fucking. If I just took a break before that and then started towing heavily now instead, it's just so much better for me. You did it the smart way. You took a break and then you started towing again, and that's when we started submitting it again.
Yeah, no, I have lined up rightly. You know, you were getting plenty of money. I saw the bank account.
Yeah, no, I'm doing fine to be honest, but Again, knowing what the price of some of the houses are.
Again, I wouldn't panic about the houses for a while. I know that there's property lines for business down the bottom. I just can't remember what it's called.
Well, apparently some of the houses in Mirror Park go for like 800K, so.
Yeah, at the minute, but that's not to say that's what they'll actually sell for.
Sounds like that. People are willing to pay that for it, so. I don't know.
Yeah, even at that, you know, it's Mirror Park. Helheim aren't just going to let people fucking move in without their agreement to it.
As deputy mayor, I'm bringing back the bartering system and exiling all cars and only allowing horses and horse carriages, and we would still tow it.
Where's
We
that?
would find a way. Oh, it's Eddie just posted on Twinsta. Being a shit poster, you know how he is.
You know, I don't see it. Where is it?
It's right above Corbin's tweet, Twinsta. Honestly. Can't believe he's just twin-staying from New Hampshire and not hanging out with his friends.
You know, I let him know I would tow a horse.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I said. He said that at the lot, and I said the same thing. I was like, I'm still gonna tow it. Can't stop me.
You illegally park your horse. I'm jumping on it. We're getting out of there, boys.
No, you used to just for stealing a horse, you would get executed back in the day. A death
Okay,
penalty.
so there's a difference between like cattle hustling and cowboying and all that kind of shit. You know, if you were lawfully allowed to take a horse that was illegally parked, then they can't execute
Oh no,
you.
no, I know. I'm just bringing it up as like a fun fact, you know.
That's a very fun fact.
No,
It
it's
is a
fun for
fact,
me.
though.
I enjoy the facts, so I thought it was fun.
Damien has gone through some transformation, guys. Yeah, you can throw it up.
All right.
From his avatar, the blue ones, not the airbender one, looking ass to now.
I am really, really happy that MDWs don't go out of battery. That they're solar powered.
I'm not fussed either way, to be fair.
I am having to spend fucking $2,000 every like few weeks is annoying.
I know, this visual casual toe on over here. He does be wearing some fancy shit to toe in. Given the amount of money we make, I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Wait, there's no shot. There's no shot Breeze actually charged someone with misuse of 911 for using 311.
Oh yeah,
it's
Breeze,
not an
yeah, of course he's
emergency
done that.
service.
The answer
yet
with what's
again-
your non-emergency?
I'm yet again charging for misuse of 911 so that we could get a misuse of 311 or misuse of emergency contact service.
He's just been stupid.
You want to bet that that's specifically because of the shit that we've been doing sometimes? That's why they want that?
I don't know. I know Tommy, she got something to do with like the 911, and then she started doing 311s or something. I don't know. I think it was Tommy. It was months ago. To be fair, they could probably try and argue that we break the system, but we do use 311 specifically because there's no charge.
I mean, to be fair, even if we were to still use 311 and there was a charge for misuse of 311, we would still be in the right because we're not misusing it. We're using it for a purpose.
Well, after specific instructions by cops.
Yeah. It does seem like he really wants a misuse of 311 though.
I doubt he'll ever get it. There has to be a
I don't know.
non-emergency number that people can call.
Yeah, like what would be constitution of what would be considered a misuse of 311 when it's just a non-emergency contact number? Anything can be a non-emergency. Now, I will say, threatening him over 311 is probably misuse.
No, threatening him over 311 is criminal threats.
It is, and he's charging him with criminal threats and misuse, like a little petty asshole. But he's
like
just
a
charging with
dumbass.
criminal
He can
threats.
charge one and not the other, and then if he does it enough, well, that's just
Well, I think he's charging a misuse of 911 because he wants there to be a charge of misuse of 311. He wants to set precedent, which this is the stupidest way of going about it.
Yeah, the precedent's never going to happen.
I hope not.
The wheel. That is an impressive piece of architecture. Where did he say that?
What? It's a criminal.
Breeze.
criminal
Oh, you
docket.
just fucking hoking in the docket? Right. Is there any lawyers about?
Why?
You get you a fucking lawyer daddy or something.
I'll do that myself. I don't know. The problem is I don't know many of the lawyers. That's the issue. I'll figure it out. I did actually get a tarot reading that pretty much said that I should go for it, though. So, take that how you will, I guess.
Alright, I text Franklin.
I don't know. Franklin's been kind of donut-walling me here and there. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if he
but
wants
did
to
you
deal
ask
with me.
him to be his, to be your lawyer daddy? Because that's what I've asked him.
I mean,
If he doesn't
He's
want to
not
be your
been
lawyer
also-
daddy, he might know someone in WFT law that wants to be your lawyer daddy.
yeah, maybe. The thing is, I've also not been doing it yet because I've been kind of busy lately. So I've had enough time to actually try and go through with it. You know.
What the car doing? That's not legal.
What? Oh yeah, probably not good. That's also not legal. Look at that.
It's not legal. Which one do you
A lot
want?
of
The
these
black
are
one or
not.
the green one? They're both not legal.
Yeah, well, I will take the right one because the left one you can't lockpick.
Yes, man. Always out for Gemini Tone.
Hey Connor, just letting you know there's an abandoned Futo just on the sidewalk by upper pillbox if you want to tow it.
Oh, an abandoned Fudo, you say? Yeah, I'll
By
make
abandoned, I mean
this
I don't know
one.
how long it's been here. I just know it's on the
Good.
sidewalk, completely, like almost against the wall of a building.
Yeah, up a pillbox, you said?
Upper pillbox, yeah, just on Elgin across from the FIB. Like
Jesus.
you'll see it. It's a black Futo.
Yeah, no worries. Well, if I get a chance to get round, I'll pick it up.
All right, just letting you know.
Ma'am, you're in
Cheers.
the wrong
Bye-bye.
lane.
Bye.
Psycho.
Nope, not going for that.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that boss really wanted just to, cause issues.
All of them really wanted to. Wild. Are you seeing what I'm seeing behind us?
Not the
Is
traffic
that-
jam?
No, there's a car riding on top of a trailer that's not attached to anything.
No, I think you're seeing things, man.
I really want to take a picture of it and show you. But now I can't. Drove away, so never mind. There's a cop over there.
No, I see him.
I think they pulled over
I saw it
someone
as
who was
soon
in
as
a
they did the wiggle.
stolen car.
Why is that a depressed cop?
Isn't it all of them? TPPD, I mean, come on.
Right.
I wonder who that is. Is that someone I know? I can't tell from here.
See, this is where you would take your binos out. Or you could stand on the property and then take your camera out.
Got a mask. I don't have a camera either, so.
You definitely have a camera. You're taking pictures. You do it with your phone. One's got zoom.
Yeah, he's got a mask on, so can't tell anyway.
Oh, I thought you were interested in who the cop was. Let me get you off.
Oh, the cop? I don't care about the cop. All of them look the same. How am I supposed to know? I don't.
They do all
face
look
ID
the
cops
same.
'cause they all look the same. You know what would be funny if the cop breaks off at a traffic stop, lets the guy with the stolen car go because I'm locking a car in here. That would be funny. I would like that.
TPPD? It's likely.
It's not unlikely, at least. I can see them doing that. I've seen
Oh,
them.
it's definitely not outside the realms of possibility.
I've seen them do very similar things.
Is it 7 EST that the court case is? I very much want to be at the court case.
Alright. Alrighty then.
Okay, so it's not this one. It's not this one. Well, it's this
Wait,
one's PG.
so now Golden Vault is open and the casino, the other one is open as well? Or is the Golden Vault now at the casino spot?
I have no idea how any of that works.
They used to be down by the beach. Or, yeah, on Great Ocean, right?
Yeah, I just realised that I'm not going to be around for Diamond's court case. Unfortunately, so I'm going to go drop this Lost City back.
Jesus Christ, the Golden Vault Casino has insane property lines, I'm not gonna lie.
What's their property lines look like?
The entire racetrack.
Yeah, but does it include the car park?
Actually, it looks like it doesn't include the car park at all. It does include the front, where you drive in front of the front door. You know what I mean?
Yeah, where Imogen lifted a car up illegally from the other day, but it was a local, so it didn't matter. So I can't believe you ejected her out through the window and fucked her face up.
I didn't do shit. She drove.
She said
She
you
was
put her out of the
driving.
tow truck.
Absolutely not. She was driving. Like a
don't
maniac,
know.
might I add. She was driving like a maniac.
Oh yeah, no. She likes the gauntlet because it goes fucking fast, and it's just ram cars out the
I
way.
think you mean the Guardian, right?
Guardian, yeah. What I say, gauntlet.
Yeah.
Gauntlet's a different thing.
That was a nice car.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, she
no,
quite
she,
likes the Guardian.
She was just driving like an insane person and then hit, I think, an edge or something and flew out of the car, skidded on the floor.
God, I left you with her for like an hour, and you fucked her face up.
Yeah, not just her face, her fucking arm as well, man. There was a lot of blood, like a lot. It was not looking great.
This fucking guy.
Like her eye was like hanging out of the socket too and shit. It was, ugh. Apparently they took like skin and stuff from her ass. Now it's like, according to her, it's not symmetrical anymore, I guess.
She definitely doesn't look identical to Talia anymore. Now her face is fucked up.
I didn't even know that. I just realized that they have the same last name.
Yeah, they're identical twins.
That's funny. I didn't know that. That is kind of funny that I just randomly met her at some point and I just, that's how we got, you know, introduced, even though she's an identical twin of my technical boss.
Have you ever met Talia?
I think maybe once.
Yeah, so I'm not surprised that you didn't recognize her. I was operating on the assumption that they might have just been, you know, cousins or sisters or something up there. And then she dropped the whole, you know, they're identical. It's because they sound slightly different. You know, enough
I
time
don't
spent
think
away
I've
from each
talked-
other, their accents have drifted.
I don't think I've spoken to Talia enough to actually know what she sounds like from the top of my head.
Well, Talia is quite you know, methodical way of speaking, whereas Imogen's just fucking chaos.
Yeah, that is accurate. That's
Yeah.
a very accurate way of describing Imogen.
She did get hired at Steel, by the way.
Okay, that's probably good for Gemini then.
It is, because as much as I really, really, really fucking wanted to hire her, I don't think we could have dealt with the court cases.
Yeah. If she could have held herself back from bumping cars, we would have been fine. But beyond that,
Nah, she was never going to do that.
it did not sound like she was able to do that. No, it's not. That did not get the vibe that she was going to do that.
Hello.
Hello, folks.
Hello. How's it going?
Who's operating the food truck? Are you moving it out there?
Yeah, we can.
Not to be a bother. I'm just looking at one-on-one if you
No,
could.
you're fine.
Yeah, I don't need it.
Would you like?
I'm about to go to bed.
Just dealer's choice, given that you're probably trying to get somewhere.
You said one-on-one.
Yeah, please. Also, Connor gave me a hoodie for the court case tonight, but I'm not going to make it. So you okay if I just drop it into the office?
Yeah, I just put it on the couch. I'll take care of it.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you.
What are we charging for food now? Because I know we have higher prices on the combos.
It's 45 for food items. I think it's like 90 for one-in-one now.
Connor used to come here all the time, especially when Lottie was around. Because Lottie was really nice to him when he first joined the server. Because I used to be very shy. I'm still very shy. And I just really struggle to talk to people.
What's your state ID there, Connor?
13345. And he just used to come up and kind of lurk around Lottie. And she would let him. Which was great, because it let me just listen to people and kind of get into the flow of things.
There you go. Food's on the tray, brother.
Cheers, thanks very much, mate.
Anything I can get for you, Damon?
Nah, he's cheap.
No, thank you. I'm about to go to bed. So
Yeah, he's just cheap. He won't buy food. Oh yeah, that says could make work because I'm a fucking idiot.
Jesus Christ.
That's a hoodie. Hey, well, let's get your cheap ass back into a tow truck.
Why am I cheap?
Why do you wear business casual to tow?
Why not? I like it.
You just get all dirty. Best luck at
Yeah,
court,
but-
guys.
Yeah, I've been reading that. This is an interesting one.
What's your thoughts? I've only skimmed it.
I think it's fucked.
Think she's fucked?
Yeah, I think. So here's the basis of it all, right?
I've got weird tonight at the same time. I kind of forgot.
They're gonna try and argue that it wasn't her doing some of those things. I think, because for some of those things, it was just there was a sticker left of like a diamond, which anyone obviously could do that, right? I could murder someone, leave a sticker of a diamond there to frame someone else. It's not like, or just to throw them off the scent of my own scent. You know what I mean? Like I could do that. So that doesn't prove shit, right?
Stinky.
But then there are also like Twinsta posts of her being like, "I'm coming for you," and then that person being came for. I don't know how to say that.
Yeah, but
sounds
threats
weird.
are threats, and physical evidence is physical evidence.
I mean, she did say on Twitch that I am going to do terrorism.
Yeah,
So-
but I could also say I'm going to do terrorism on Twin, so it doesn't mean I'm going to do it.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying, on its own that might not be anything, but with a lot of the other stuff too, right? I mean, so they're saying that she claimed the diamond as her signature. That doesn't mean anything to me because anyone could use that, right? Then they have her posting on Twinsta saying stuff about the things that she's doing, which again, on its own, wouldn't mean anything.
For threats,
Yeah, someone else could have done it. Now, I don't think that terrorism is going to be terrorism. Here's the thing: terrorism. It says with the intent to intimidate or coerce a civilian population. Now, if she was stealing people's blood because she likes doing it, that would not be with the intent to intimidate or coerce. That would be with the intent of I like doing it. Now, mayhem would then stick. I don't think they could stick both terrorism and mayhem major in the same sense. Because if it's mayhem, then it's for a sadistic purpose. And it can't be to coerce or intimidate. most likely isn't, right? Like if I'm doing something because I get turned on by doing it, then I'm not doing it to try and intimidate someone or coerce them into doing something. That's not the plan. The plan is just to get off on it, right? So I don't know. I think the main thing about this is
what do they have on her? Like what physically? Like what crimes do they have on her that she has been charged for that add up
so.
mayhem major? Sorry.
So, Diamond Tate held up officers Colin McKinley and Quentin Quell with a firearm to steal their blood. She fled from officers. She did that without a mask. Probably not the smartest. Not the smartest choice.
Okay, was she charged
yeah.
and convicted of that?
Yes, that doesn't matter.
Okay. Right. Well, so that's one thing she's done. What else she done?
So, 5 days later, she asked McKinley for blood again. Same, one of the two officers that was the first time when they held them up. This time she just asked him. He did not want to. She pulled out a gun, and so he drove away. Interesting. And then she put the gun away, ran to him, and then there was a bunch of Lost MC members also coming, and then he drove away. So didn't actually take anything. You could say that she brandished a gun, but technically she just held it to her side. That would not, in my opinion, constitute brandishing. And then she put it away too. Didn't actually do anything. I don't think she got convicted for that for anything. I'm assuming.
Violent gang member could probably play that off as they were just fucking around with the intent,
Yeah.
but the intent doesn't.
Well, so she asked. It specifically says she approached him asking for his blood again since she lost her syringe. Asking is not forcing, right? When
No,
he
but
denied,
the present of
she
a
pulled the
gun, maybe. I don't
Yeah,
know.
well, after he denied, she pulled the gun out, which that seems all right.
Could be a
I'm assuming
coincidence.
she was not wearing a mask for that one too.
I don't think she
Then
was
on the same
wearing a mask
day-
for a lot of things, dude.
On the same day, she was arrested for stealing Robin Steele's blood. I'm getting a call from the judge, Van Dorst. Hello, Your Honor. How can I help you?
Bestie judge. Let's go get our flowers.
I probably yes. If it's depending what it was towed for, it's a different price. But
did you?
Yes, and it is going to be $300, unfortunately. Well,
did this
yeah. The problem
motherfucker
is that it's
tow
a.
Van Dorst's car?
How about this, Your Honor? Because I do understand your gripe. If you come down here, get it out, I will give you the money back for the bicycle out of my own pocket. Because I do feel bad.
You towed a bicycle?
Well, yeah. So the issue is when the cops give us a report number, there's a set price for what we release it for, right? That's pretty much how we do everything. Which a bicycle would fall under that, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
No, tell her you'll give it out for $1. You're just gonna put the money in.
Oh, no, sorry. Connor's also talking to me. He's saying that I can give it for $1, and then I'm just gonna put the money in myself. I don't know.
Okay, tell the honorable judge just to come down and sort out the law.
All right. Fair enough. I hope you win instead. That's probably more fun. I heard that too.
This man trying to charge Van Dorst, who we very much like.
I have seen the recent state announcements about the towing legislation. Oh, that's not fun. Yeah. Yeah, all right. Good luck with that. I hope you don't lose it. What? I hope only the bad. What? She just said she's gonna cut the towing legislation in half. She's gonna cut it in half.
Great. That's beneficial for us.
That's actually probably true. She
If
said,
there's no laws, then we can do what we like.
Let me just quote what she said. She said, "I'm cutting the towing legislation in half. This is initiation."
Okay. When a judge is being nice to us, Damien, you just give it out for $1 and then you replace, the $299 that you should have
I'm not.
done.
Listen, I'm just a lowly employee. I am not allowed to make that call. All right. I
No,
offered
I'm
to
telling
give her
you,
the
you
money
can
back
give it to
for
her for $1, but you gotta pay the full thing.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah. I was just gonna give her the money back for it. That's easier. Way less of a fucking headache for me. I just send the money back. I don't care about money, but she apparently is going to gamble the DOJ budget right now on black,
Nice.
which is over $1 million. So
Did she tell you what vehicle it was, other than a bike?
the
Who tows
bicycle,
a
it
bike?
was a no. It was used in a crime, so it was a government requested tow. The bicycle.
Is she coming, or are we going back out to tow for a bit?
No, she's gambling. Should we just get it out? I pay for it and I just, park it?
No.
Really? Why not?
Because you gotta thank her in person.
Well, I mean, I feel like I'm gonna be honest with you. I like just helping someone out and not asking for validation for it. Just doing it and not even telling them about it. I like doing that more, most of the time.
Well, I don't. I want validation.
I paid for marijuana's fucking Irvine rent yesterday, which is
You're a sucker.
$1,500. Well, she was going through a rough time, and she's a friend. So
She's a criminal. She got so much fucking money, and if she doesn't, she's a bad criminal.
no, you're probably right, but she's a little friend. But the problem is, I did that, and I told Freddie and Joey that I didn't want them to tell her that it was me, and then they told her. And then she called me crying.
So
yeah, that
careful Axel
backfired
doesn't think you're
into my
trying to,
face.
muscle in this woman.
I would never. Also, she's got a crush on Joey, not me, so.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
I don't actually know if that's true, but she was. I mean, I'm
You want to
getting
be
vibes.
careful about spreading that kind of shit, though, Damien.
I'm saying it to you, not anyone else. I know you can keep your mouth shut.
I don't know. You did not say that was a secret. Who knows who I could have told?
Well, I mean,
Kellen, this is initiation. Sometimes it does seem like Damien
also,
does
I'm
need
not
a right
sure
up
if that's
chili hat.
true. I just know. I just see the way that she reacted to seeing Joey.
Yeah, but that's not what I would tell people. I would be like, yeah, do you know Damien's best friend Marijuana told him that she had a crush on Joey?
What?
'Cause that's how that
Right,
information
don't
would go.
do that. Do not do that. Don't fuck up my friendships for me, you asshole. I already have not that many friends. I struggle making friends. Don't make it harder.
Well, it seems like you should be more careful about what you say and who you say it to.
Well, all right.
That is an example of how, your mouth gets you in trouble.
Yeah. Normally it's the opposite way for me.
Trouble gets in your mouth. If that's how you're doing it,
No,
it's wrong.
no. I was gonna say my mouth gets me out of trouble. But I don't know.
I think that
say
broke
that.
him a little bit. Oh look, there's that double D.
I think that's Kevin, by the way. Pretty
I don't
sure
know
I've
who
seen him
Kevin
post on
is.
Twitter with that mask. Kevin works for Steel, Toge sometimes. Oh yeah, we were talking about. So she
Yeah,
took
Damien's might does get him in
Steele's
trouble.
blood and some of her gear against her will. I don't know. I would have to read that report to see if they have any if she was wearing a mask or not, because it doesn't say it here. I'm assuming she wasn't, since she doesn't seem to wear a mask when doing shit like that. All right, so
We
the
lost a
last
lot of
report
them by
was
masks.
Ty Slaughter was ordering food from the Yellow Jack food truck at Flywheels. A woman with white hair asked for a sample of his blood in exchange for the meal. Ty declined and looked
That's
up
why
her
they've all got
information
white
after
hair
the
at the
woman
minute.
gave her name and state ID. The information came back to Diamond Tate. Tate replied to him, "What if I had a gun?" and then pulled her firearm out, and held it at her side in an intimidating manner. Ty Slaughter told her he would not like his blood taken. Diamond told him that she would need to figure out how to draw his blood with her gun in her hand, but she eventually put the gun away and handed the needle to her friend. Simon did this. Ty walked towards his cruiser. Luckily, I'm just gonna read it instead of reading it out loud.
Sounds like she did that shit, but it's circumstantial.
Well, so here's the thing: a woman with white hair, right, gave Diamond Tate and State ID, which I could dress as a woman, have white hair, and then give her name and State ID when a cop asks me for it, right?
Okay.
I could do that.
Counterpoint.
Doesn't prove.
I could give Corbin State ID, his name, and all of his details, and the cops would be like, "Hey, Corbin," and I could be dressed just like this right now.
Yes.
Cops aren't
well,
that
that's
smart.
what I'm saying. No, all right. So, cops came.
What did I tell
Other
the
cops
storage
came. She
department
put the gun away. Ty was saved. Then other cops pulled guns on her. She ran. PD lost sight of the car. Go towards the location. Original incident where he saw a car matching the one that fled. The car began again to flee, but stopped and asked Ty what he wanted.
at certain stops.
Mill driver got out with a gun in his hand.
And so when sometimes cops are like, "What are you doing?" Like, don't worry about it. It's Corbin. I work for Gemini.
So, sounds like they lost the car with the woman with white hair.
Connor might
and then
ask.
found a car that
swap
looked like
IDs
the
for the
same
day.
car with someone else driving it, and another woman in the passenger seat that eventually turned out to be Diamond Tate, was confirmed because she got shot and arrested. But would that be the same car that was the first one?
Oh, if they lost sight, then that breaks, any kind of continuity.
Yes, but if she was wearing the same exact clothes and looks the same exact way, then, in the same exact car, a judge is going to be like,
If
yeah,
she's in a
get the fuck outta
gang,
here.
they all look the same.
Sure, but
I'm gonna tell you
I'm
now,
just,
you put all of the OMC guys next to each other, cops couldn't be able to pick out one of us in the lineup.
I know, but I'm saying from the point of view of a judge, you're in the same car at the same crime scene where it originally started. You look the same. You have the same clothes, the same hair, same everything.
Yeah,
You're.
but if
It's
someone
just
was impersonating you, at the Yellow Jack, which is a place that she's known to hang out.
Yes, the judge is gonna. I don't know.
So it's one of those
I
other
can see
things.
what
It's
you mean,
beyond
yeah.
a reasonable doubt. It's not civil.
She also then after that twisted out Diamond with blood and all that, which again doesn't have to mean anything, right? It could just be her tweeting some bullshit out, twisting. She then got raided, where 3 syringes of blood was found, belonging to Time, Samson, and Pines. She asked for it to Time. This is Time statements about that. She asked for it. I asked her why. She said just because, and then said, I'll get it one way or another. And I figured I'd rather have a doctor do it with a clean needle, so went to Eclipse. So he
gave it voluntarily.
I don't know if you could argue that he was intimidated or threatened if she didn't have a gun out.
Well, if they went to the hospital voluntarily, without calling anything out.
Yeah, what
In
they're
fact,
arguing
no,
is
there's
that
a there's a car at Pillbox that we kind of want to pick up.
All
I want to see if it's still
Well,
there.
what they're arguing is that he was feeling intimidated and threatened into giving it, which means it wasn't consensual. But if you're really gonna argue that a cop who is on duty would feel intimidated and threatened by someone who doesn't have a weapon out, then he probably shouldn't be a cop.
Okay, well, if the cop doesn't know how to make, you know, a call out on the radio when she doesn't have, do you know what I mean? Like, there's many ways he could have gone around, you know, letting cops know that he's
Yeah.
having a.
So Deacon's statement continues, intimidate isn't quite the right word for it, more pragmatic. Like, yeah, she'll probably sneak up behind me and stick me with a dirty needle at some point if I don't just give it to her immediately. So it's pretty much just like, not necessarily intimidated, just like, this way, I'll just avoid issues, I guess.
I think you'd even
Samson-
struggle to get coercion out of that.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's coercion.
Just use that rail as a speed bump, guys. I think the court case will be interesting. You should go. Well, you said you're only staying on for another hour. I was gonna say it'd be an interesting court
Maybe
case
like
to
half
watch.
an hour at this point. So Pines consented. Actually, Samson and Pines consented. So that seems like all three of these guys consented. So the three syringes that they found after raiding her were all consensually given to her. So I don't know why they would put that in the report. It was all consensual. It wouldn't prove anything. It sounds like to me they have one confirmed incident of her taking someone's blood at gunpoint without a mask. Then, or actually two cops in one incident. Then there was one where she tried again and then it didn't get it. Then there was one where she got it. I don't know if they have a positive ID on her. It sounds like they do.
You want to do this one, or do you want me to do this one? I don't know. I don't know if the math is mathing, you know?
Yeah, no, they're trying to build a pattern, right? But to me, it seems like they have
interesting.
one
well,
confirmed incident.
Let's move. Let's pull forward. See if we can't get this other one.
What the fuck just happened?
I don't know. I think we're both having a collective stroke.
God, I do feel like I am.
Your Honor, despite all of these cases, the only blood found was consensually given. Vis-a-vis, not guilty.
So, let me continue looking, actually.
God, I do hope Franklin does say something about vampirism. Yeah, like, you know, despite all of the cops' attempts to prosecute, you know, my client, as they've got a strong hatred of vampires, she is, in fact, not a vampire. Do you think they've checked to see if Diamond can see her reflection in the mirror?
So there's what? Wait, what did you say?
Do you think they've checked that Diamond can see a reflection of herself in the mirror?
Doubt it. Gemini towing.
You.
Go ahead.
The funny thing would be, is like, I am in the mirror. Or mirror, as some people would say. Let's enunciate that word a little bit.
Yes. You just come down and tell us it's your car.
What is this guy? Who is this guy talking to? What illegal shit is he saying?
Yeah, all we need is a license plate and a state ID. And, that's it, all we need. I am at the lot right now, so. Alright, see you in a bit. Bye-bye. Yeah, there's nothing in the legislation that says that we can't release a car for someone else, right? It doesn't have to be like
As
someone can
far as
release a
you're
car.
concerned, if someone comes to the lot, says their car is impounded here, gives you a state ID and the plate of the car that's impounded here, we just let it out.
This is mine.
No, I'm blocking you.
Why?
Because that's a stupid question to ask.
Well, she kind of, you know, I don't know. Whatever.
Damien knows the answer to that question. You know the answer to that question. We talked about this several times.
Yeah, but she specifically asked, "Can I get someone else's car out?" Which I replied to that. You just tell me it's your car. I don't know.
Yeah, we can't. We haven't been able to verify that shit for fucking ages since the MDW changes, so I don't care anymore. I didn't really care to begin with, but I doubly don't care now.
Yeah.
Steele's little trick at the minute, the racket that Sam's running is actually quite a good one. Given that we can't verify car owners anymore. They may or may not be doing a fisher of certain types of cars, letting them out to randomers or not. They may or may not be the legal owners of them as long as they're lockpickable. Who is it?
I don't know. I didn't ask. I should have asked to know. I'm just looking at the court
You
case.
don't tow for like a week and you just, it's like I have to teach you everything all over again.
Alright. Not everything.
Yeah, true. I've taught you to not walk behind the tow truck and you continue to do that. That's something you never picked up on.
So, to me, wait, what? Say that again?
Nothing.
To me, it seems like they have like 2 confirmed instances of her getting blood by force, and then a lot of instances of people giving her blood with consent, and her trying to get it, not getting it, and her asking for it, and people refusing, and then her not getting it. Pretty much is what I'm getting. Sorry, ma'am. Could you
Sounds like not
send
much
me
of a
the
case.
license plate and your state ID?
Yes, I can.
I don't know if they have enough to charge her with terrorism. Terrorism seems insane.
It sounds like they're reaching, but you know, it wouldn't be like cops trying to do a reach around.
I mean, both terrorism and mayhem major seems like it doesn't make any sense. Because you can't really do both. I guess you can, but it seems unlikely. Alright, let me see what this was found it for.
See, the thing is,
This was a government requested tow. You kind of got unlucky here because it was government requested for being illegally parked. So fuck that cop whoever got us to tow that, because he kind of fucked you over.
Well, it happens.
If he didn't have cause for it, you should try and sue him, Mom.
I'm so curious about where they said it was illegally parked, because I parked that car and it was definitely in a normal spot.
Yeah, it seems to me that it was. Well, it seems to me that it was like knocked over the line.
Oh, okay. I mean, I have already gotten, apparently, well, not apparently, this is my own fault. I went to tow court, or not tow court, traffic court, and I ended up getting an unauthorized parking or something ticket on behalf of Harvey.
Oh
This
yeah,
was
I
Harvey's
saw that
cheap.
actually. I actually saw that.
No, he paid for it, and now he's gonna pay to get my ticket framed because I told him. He
No,
has
I
to.
meant like he could just pay us to. We would give you the parking permit over there in the car park.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
He
So
just
this
doesn't wanna
car
do that for you.
was parked at the upper parking lot of the B machine, and it seems like it just either,
It
got
got
moved by the wind or it got
moved
knocked
around.
over.
Yeah. It gets stolen all the time too.
It is lock pickable. That is true.
Yeah. Well, that's
If
why
you
I
wanna be
tried
up
a
at
new
the
place to
machine.
park it, because when we park it at the apartment, it just gets stolen and driven into rivers.
I know, but for $150 lifetime parking permit within running distance of your apartment at the B machine.
Wait, 150?
Oh,
750.
No, sorry, 750.
Wait,
I
where
meant
is that?
750.
Which parking is that?
Right here.
Just
this
colorful,
one.
just right there. So why I keep saying Harvey's cheap, because he just won't buy you a parking permit. He'd
Well,
rather your
so
car
it's
gets stolen.
Yeah, well, so we have a car there, but I tried to buy, I don't know who sells those.
We
over
do.
there. Oh wait, you do?
Yeah, it's Gemini and colorful parking. We do it.
Oh, for some reason I thought Gemini's parking was not downtown.
Ooh, you might be thinking of like Lock Keys, which is like all the way over towards like
That might be what I'm thinking.
over by
How
Mr.
much is it
PD.
for the lifetime membership or the lifetime parking on it?
$750.
$750. Okay. And I assume that if it's his car, then he's the one that would have to buy it,
Yeah.
or could I buy it on behalf of the car? Okay.
No, yes.
We like to sell to the owner of the car.
That is fair. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, I'm gonna bother him about that then. We do have one car over there already, so like if it's ever a bad thing, I can always run over here and get it.
You know, that's why I was heckling them while you were at tow court or traffic court, because I was there as well. I know that man's
Yeah.
cheap. And I know you have a car here. He would rather you get your car stolen all the time, ma'am. Same way as, he intentionally ran into it during a police chase and then just let me tow it.
Oh yeah, that was a thing that happened. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is also why we have a car that just lives in Sandy. Just in case, but that's more because we crashed the motorcycle up in Sandy and there was no one to repair it. And then we were stranded up there. So now there's a car that just lives in Sandy.
It kind of does happen.
Yeah. That Sandy's not a fun place to get stranded.
No, it is a awkward place to get stranded.
Yep. When I used to drive taxi a lot, I would just drive around Sandy and I'd pick up a lot of people who got stranded up there. It was very effective. But thank you so much.
No,
Yeah, no worries.
I'll bother him about it when he's around, but I think he's
Yeah, tell him Connor said he was cheap and he should just buy you a parking permit.
I'll do that. Oh no, I just stopped it again.
Actually, I can't close it. I'm looking at it. It seems like the mayhem major is for the taking of blood, and the terrorism is for her rolling up on Robin Steele, who was doing a community service thing with someone, two people, holding them up, and then pretty much trying to coerce Robin Steele into making explosives by
I don't know, guys. I don't think the cops have got it.
But this is out
unfortunately.
of statute, though. For mayhem minor, she didn't get charged with this.
They're probably doing that thing where they slap the larger charge to extend the statute of limitations, which they're not
Actually, no,
supposed
this
to
is a
do.
different thing. God damn, there's so many, man. There's so many, so much. So this was Robin Steele doing community service on the Salt Flats. A shots fired dispatch call came from the location close to where Robin Steele was at. Robin Steele shot on the ground with a diamond drawn in the sand next to her.
You better have that meter paid. You know, your car is going to spend an awful lot of time in our inbound.
guns, pointing them at us. You were talking too much fraud and all that, and they said something about blood in at some point. Talking so much trash, you crazy policeman.
Yeah.
Make us a bomb or get shot. So it's not really terrorism.
I can't hear you anymore. I'm checking each fetus meter.
I don't think it's terrorism if she threatened them to make a bomb or that she would shoot them. Like,
Diamond. So what sounds like Diamond is. It sounded like Diamond rolled up, threatened Robin Steele with a gun to make a bomb for Diamond, which is not coercing a civilian population. That's not terrorism, in my opinion.
Yeah, it wouldn't be like the cops to charge the wrong thing.
It's just, it's threatening someone with a gun for them to make you a bomb is not. That's not threatening a civilian population to coerce their whatever. You know.
Yeah, do you want to run into the bank quick and see if there's anyone in there?
Sure.
I am gonna annoy the fuck out of that fella. I will. He forever leaves his car outside of the bank. I think he might work for the bank. He doesn't. Anyone in there?
There was one person in there, but it sounds like she had a taxi somewhere. That's not this car. It's not.
Oh,
It's not hers.
It's not
She
their
said so.
car. Says the locals.
Assuming she parked her taxi. I don't know where the fuck she would have parked her taxi. I have no clue.
Yeah, it's a couple of places. That fella there was with a guy that tried to hold me up with a knife, unsuccessfully because we played knifey gunny on the gun one.
Yeah. That's that. I had that happen too. Someone pulled a knife on me, and then I pulled the gun, and they didn't want the smoke, the literal smoke.
No, I didn't have to pull a gun. Ali was up by the tow truck. As soon as I walked past him, she was gone out. He was trying to do that whole thing of, well, I'm just going to get behind you. It's like, well, do you think she'll hit me or you? I pushed him over. And then your man that held us up with a knife was forced to give me a state ID to get the vehicle off the back of the car. Yeah, that wasn't very smart of him. So if you ever get your man's beater on the back of your tow truck, it's $300 for a drop fee.
Who?
His name was God, what was it? It was Dome.
Wait, they're putting all the blood stuff under terrorism. How is that terrorism? She's just collecting blood. That would fall under the mayhem major more, in my opinion. To me, it sounds like she's been a bit of a mess. Not a mess. What's it called?
It sounds like she's been away shit, but been away shit on the terrorism.
Yeah, to me, it seems more like these are all individual chargeable offenses. It's not really a part of a. I don't know. It looks like it might be. There's so much shit though. So much to read. I'm skimming through it as well, to be honest. But I think the problem I have with them trying to charge her with terrorism is they're conflating coercion with they're considering the coercion of one person as the coercion of a civilian population. The charge terrorism specifically states coercion of a civilian population. That's not you coercing one person is not coercing a civilian population. You coerce a civilian population by doing something that makes the entire population want something, right? Want to do something or want to behave in a certain way.
Most terrorist actions require, multiple people to be involved. Also, look up
Yeah, well,
Dawn Knight. That's the fella who's Emperor Beater. That if you ever get 300.
How do you spell that? Dawn?
DON. Delta Oscar November. Knight as in rides on
Got it.
horseback.
It looks like a fucked up face, I'm not gonna lie. So yeah. So I don't think that her individually coercing people individually for a specific purpose from those individual people is indicative of coercing the entire civilian population, right? Coercing a civilian population would be with the goal of getting the civilian population to, for example, vote on a certain thing in a certain way, or have a certain opinion about something, right? That's not you. Like if I threaten you with a gun and tell you to do something, that's not me coercing a civilian population. That's me coercing you to do something, right? And they're trying to argue that coercing cops to do something for her, like for example coercing a cop to give her blood and then coercing another cop to give her blood and then coercing a cop to make her an explosive, they're considering that a coercing of civilian population when that's not really what that means. By definition of coercion maybe, but not by definition of coercion of a civilian population, because that you're not coercing the civilian population to do fuck all, you're just coercing that single cop to do something. And you're doing that a couple of times, yes, but that's not a civilian population being coerced into behaving or thinking or voting a certain way. So I personally think that's excessive to charge you with terrorism for that. Mayhem, I think Mayhem Major will stick. This looks like Mayhem Major will stick for sure. Probably. Actually,
I don't know.
here's the
I
thing.
think
Mayhem
he's.
Major.
I don't know, man. I think it's shaky.
Mayhem Major is the intent to cause cruel or extreme pain and suffering for the purpose of revenge, extortion, persuasion, or any sadistic purpose. So there's not really any cruel or extreme pain associated with just taking someone's blood with a needle. Unless you could argue it's painful, but the needles are specifically made to not be painful.
Yeah, but even at that, it's a needle prick. It's not extreme pain.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It's not an extremely painful, or you're not maiming someone. Yeah. The thing is, she did shoot a couple of people too, but again, that doesn't constitute mayhem major. I guess you could argue that her shooting people because she wants to take their blood could be a sadistic purpose, but shall maim and inflict great bodily
wrong,
injury on another person. Such intended purposes may include
7
prolonged
p.m.
conduct over
EST
the course of
is
three
midnight
or more
UTC.
days, serial conduct on 3 or more occasions against the same person, or wanton conduct against 3 or more persons. So the wanton, it would be regarding the wanton conduct against 3 or more persons. That's what it would be regarding to. And then there's no maim and great bodily injury with taking some blood from some people. Yes, she shot some other people too, but
They don't push mayhem every time people shoot.
yeah, exactly.
So, why push it in this case if they're not going to push it? You can say selective enforcement all you want, but that seems stupid.
Yeah, to be fair, I've not gone through everything yet, right?
I get it. I know you haven't gone through everything, but I'm just saying it seems like
this is
they might be doing an FIB thing where they think they've got a stronger case than they have.
I mean, it's definitely interesting. They have a lot. I'll tell you that they have a lot.
But do they have a lot that actually is materially something?
Yeah,
does
it
have
actually
a lot of
link up
everything.
with each other? That's my thing. Does it link up with each other to the point where it would be considered terrorism? Now, I'm going to read here a bit about something that they are using as indicative of coercing a civilian population.
You think about it this way, like the FIB arguably had a lot of illegal tows from Corbyn, but when you looked at them, they weren't like, you know, was at least some of them weren't even illegal tools, which called into question the rest, which called into question the entire case. This is the thing. When I'm left to my own devices, we go back to the hospital and other places where I can get people's personal cars. On the hunt.
This is weird.
I see.
So again, cops are doing this thing where they are reading two parts of a charge and forgetting the word with, that it has to be both. So they have this reference report, right, about her supposedly Diamond Tate going into a Clock-and-Bell with two of her friends, taking two people in the Clock-and-Bell hostage, bringing them to a spot, and then shooting them and stabbing them because they wanted to try out a new gun that they found, apparently, right? Which they're trying to use that as a indicative of intimidation, coercion, and harming of citizens. But the charge reads as no person shall engage in activity which is
My
dangerous to
bad,
human.
my bad.
My paint job.
God, it fucking scared the fuck out of me. So the charge reads as no person shall engage in activity which is dangerous to human life in violation of the laws of the state with the intent to intimidate or coerce the civilian population. And they're using an incident of where she just kidnapped two people and then shot and stabbed them randomly. Sure, it's a fucked up thing to do, right?
What the hell is happening here?
It's not coercing a civilian population. She just kidnapped two people and then shot them and stabbed them. That's it. There's no
Okay, but
coercion
was she
there. But they're
charged for
putting
that?
So she was charged for that, but
Double jeopardy then. She's already been charged for the crime.
that's not how that works. In the same way where if you get a bunch of sale of controlled dangerous substances, that can build to a case of drug trafficking eventually.
Well, yeah, it can build her, but you know, she's got one incident. I don't know. If they let that slide, you're gonna have a lot of people charged with fucking terrorism for charges
Yes,
that
I
they've
agree.
already been
But
done and served
even
time
beyond
for.
that, this wouldn't, in my opinion, this has nothing to do with terrorism. Like, there's no coercion here. They just, like, if I take someone hostage randomly for no reason,
I know it's not double
and then
jeopardy,
take them
guys.
somewhere and
We throw
shoot
double
them,
jeopardy
you
around
can't
a
charge
lot.
me with terrorism for that. That doesn't make any sense.
Connor's
I'm not
not a
coercing
lawyer,
a
he's
civilian
stupid
population.
when it comes to that.
I'm doing harm, yes, sure. I'm hurting someone. I'm doing dangerous shit, yes, but not with the intent to coerce the civilian population. That's a part of the charge. It says with the intent, so it has to be there.
Yeah, coerce them to
there
what?
has to be intent.
Do you know what I
What?
mean?
Say that
Like
again?
they brought them somewhere, they shot them. Okay, but coerce them to do what?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. There's no coercion in this entire thing. There's just no remorse shooting people. Is that there's no coercion though? This is again cops being like, well, they're doing the engaging activity which is dangerous to human lives in violation of the laws of the state, and so they should be charged with this charge. Just completely ignoring, disregarding the fact that it says with the intent to intimidate or coerce the civilian population, right? Unless they're trying to argue that they're doing shit like that to intimidate a civilian population, but
Demon
there's no
forgets the
evidence
cops
of
can't
that being the goal. As a matter of fact, it says here that the goal to just shoot someone to test out a new pistol. That's not intimidation. There's no goal there to intimidate or coerce anything.
Yeah, but I mean, you're forgetting a very important point.
Cops don't
Cops
read.
can't read.
Yeah. I love that we both had the same idea about that.
I'm going for the radar. I fucked up, and I should have gone for the path. God, Connor, you struggle with doing this so much. I fucking.
What's even funnier, the reason why
Damien,
she got identified.
You're right in front of the fucking plate.
Oh, sorry. The reason
I'm
why
not actually
she
irritated about that. It's just funny.
oh, it's that one.
Yeah, I told you.
I thought you were doing this one.
Oh, I'm looking at a specific meter.
The reason
Well,
why
I said I
she
was doing the Rita.
the reason why yeah, I was talking, so I didn't hear you. The reason why she was charged
I'm
with
in
that
the middle of
instance,
the
by the
app.
way, is because the person that did that carved a diamond into the person's arm, which, again, you could say that's her signature all you want. Someone else could just do that to frame her for it.
Yeah. Gemini tone.
Hi, I have a question. I believe you towed my vehicle at the bank.
I don't.
Probably. Someone did go into the bank to confirm that that wasn't anyone's vehicle. We were told that the individual that was in the bank was driving a taxi.
I know. I forgot I wasn't driving my taxi. I'm kind of a dipshit.
Yeah. Well, apologies about that, Mom. More than happy to get it out of the lot. It's going to be $250 before tax.
Can you bring it to the bank and I'll give you $300?
It would be an additional $150 before tax because we have a vehicle relocation charge.
I'll walk there.
No worries. Well, we're heading back to the lot now, Mom.
Okay.
If that's the same person that I asked her.
See you now. Bye.
I asked her, is the pickup looking truck out there yours? And she said no.
Yeah,
I'm
she
pretty
said
sure
she was a
said no.
dipshit. She forgot she wasn't driving a taxi.
Oh. Okay, I was starting to feel bad, but if it's her fault, then
Well, no, she forgot what she was driving. It was funny. There was beer in
That
that
is-
car. I think she's just drunk.
oh, maybe. But yeah, so the only reason they charged her for that instance is the fact that that the person that did that carved the diamond into the person's arm.
Reading is hard,
Which,
guys.
if I were to do some fucked up shit, and I know there's someone else who does fucked up shit and leaves a signature when they do it, I would be like, all right, I'm gonna leave that signature so I don't get charged for it, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think.
Motherfucker, you ain't getting me off. What the hell? Do it
I'm
myself.
just fucking focused on thinking.
Hey, Sydney.
Hey, Connor. Where are you at?
I'm at the Gemini tool a lot.
Okay, so you're in the city. Okay. Next time, like, you are in, like, Polito area, I have my bike. I did a stupid thing, and it's in a thing of bushes, and I need to get it sometime, but it's chilling there. There's nothing in it. Like, nobody can take anything out of it, so. But I just
Are
thought
you
I
there
would
at the minute?
call. Yeah.
Do you want to drop me a ping, and then when I'm coming up to the motel in a couple of minutes, I can just drag it out the bush and park and walk.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably gonna have to go on the, like, beach side of things to get to it. Let me figure out where it was. Yeah, I need to get it out of there because I keep going, where's my bike? And then I'm like, oh yeah, I haven't gotten it. And then somebody's always like busy, or I forget, or I'm busy, so. But I'll send
Yeah,
you a
that's no
ping and then
problem.
you get it whenever.
Yeah, I'll just keep a note of it. If I don't get it tonight, I'll get it tomorrow.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I've lived this long without it, so it's not a big deal. So.
No worries.
All right. Well, thank you, Connor. I appreciate you.
No worries. Chat you later. Bye.
Bye bye. Be safe.
I'll think about it. Motherfucker never agrees to be safe for anyone.
They put the Robin Steele report in twice. Just to inflate the thing. They put a bunch of reports and evidence in twice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I see a lot of shit here, but I don't see any evidence of any coercion. I just see a lot of random fucked up shit with
You lost your
no
punch
goal
down
of
too?
coercion
Oh,
or
that's annoying.
intimidation. She's
I
not
fucking hate this
trying to
plastic
change a
window thing.
policy. She's not trying to coerce or intimidate the civilian population into doing anything or behaving in a certain way. She's just fucking with cops. That's all she's doing. And she fucked with like 2 random people in Clockendale one time. I don't see any coercion here.
That's what I mean. Like, you can have a lot of stuff, right? And don't get me wrong, sometimes an overwhelming amount of stuff can amount to something, but you know.
With mayhem, yes. Mayhem, I agree. Mayhem, it can amount to that if it's a lot. But for terrorism, that's not really how that works. Terrorism is not something that if you just do enough shit, eventually you can be given terrorism. Terrorism, you need to have a specific goal or purpose in mind, which has to be with like to do with like changing the way a civilian population behaves or things or whatever, or changing the way, like trying to change policy for government. That's what would constitute terrorism, which I don't think she had any of that in mind. She was just fucking with cops, and yes, she was collecting blood, but that has nothing to do with coercing in any way. That's just her being a little freak. I don't know.
It does seem like she just been a little freak.
Yeah, this is mayhem. I mean,
Okay, that woman, what did she look like? In the bank.
brown hair ish, black shirt.
Tiny screwdriver. Well, hopefully it does work. Is that her there? You want to go let her
That
car
is her
out?
there, yes.
Hi there, Mom.
Oh no, I said pickup truck.
I thought it was pink.
Oh, well, I guess miscommunication. I was a bit confused when I walked out and didn't see a taxi anywhere.
Yeah, I was just driving it.
Yeah, no, happens. Let me get it. It was a
Yeah, but
Bison,
still,
right?
sometimes it's nice to have the tool that you need for it.
Your name is
you know.
Olive?
Flatheads will work the pinch a lot of the time when you're bending down tabs and shit.
What's your state ID, ma'am?
19974.
Alright, that will be a $250 charge before tax.
Okay.
There you go.
Did you get it?
Yeah,
There you
your
go.
card.
Steph's brought it out for you there, Mom. It looks like it's all in good working order. I just sworn it's a different color.
Thank you.
Yeah,
No worries, Mom.
I don't know why it was towed.
The meter
Tell
wasn't
me
paid.
why. I wasn't even in there for a minute.
You know, you got to pay the
I
meter,
just
Mom.
walked
You
in
know.
and you came in. All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
Same yourself.
Another person that's new to the city that's going to learn real quick. The
Yep.
toe is like that. Yeah, we do be like that. Yeah, yeah. What you gonna do?
I always love that. Well, I had just left it. It's like, yeah, just pay your meter. All right, I'm done for the night.
All right. I'm probably as well. Clock out. I'm gonna be honest. The sheer amount of shit that's in there. If a judge is looking at this properly and actually looked at it properly, I'm assuming they're not gonna rule on this today. I'm assuming they're gonna like. This is gonna be a long one. I'm just gonna say, there's just so much shit to read through.
Because, you know, Van Dorst wasn't going to rule on Corbyn's today. You know, on the day they thought that they were going to have to go back and, you know, do a delayed verdict. But, you know,
Yeah. I
during
guess,
the
but
court
that's-
case, she was like, nah, dog. What Corbyn said was very right. Now, do I
I mean-
expect it to happen with this? Probably not.
No. So the reason why
You
that
lift
was
to
probably
Sandy?
different. No, I have my car here. Are you going up or?
Yeah, I'm just gonna drop you into the.
Yeah, the reason why Corbin's was probably easier is because it's all the same thing. Every single instance of incident that they're trying to describe is all the same thing, right? So it's easy to look
Yeah.
at it and be like, if one of them is stupid, then all of them are probably stupid. And
No, but
if
you
she
still have
looks
to
through
look
like
at a lot of it, you know.
yeah, but if she looked at like 20 of them and there's a pattern there that it's dumb and the reasoning is dumb, then that's easy. But there's so many different types of incidents that you would have to look at, and you would have to look at every single one of them because again, terrorism is not a thing of, oh, if you get enough of this kind of crime, then you can get charged with terrorism. No, terrorism is one kind of crime could constitute terrorism, or a million types of crimes could constitute terrorism. It depends on the intent behind it. If I shoot a cop in the head, it could be terrorism if there is a reason for it. If my reason for doing so is to try and coerce, like, for example, if I take Jerry Callow hostage and am like, if you don't.
That's not terrorism. That's just a fucking golf week. And kidnapping Jerry Callow. Have fun, mate. This man getting like Corbin with the app there, fucking talking about kidnapping Jerry Callow. Alright, let's put my half-empty fucking truck up into Polito. Apparently, Sal saw something disturbing at the condo. Doesn't want to stay in there, which is interesting. Because he's normally very much he's always wanting to stay in the condo. Connor doesn't like the condo because it feels too fancy to him, so he kind of tries to avoid it. He will sleep there, he's not opposed to it. On a fundamental level, he just prefers going back up to Polito. I have always got a very bad intrusive thought to just drive the tow truck through either of those gaps. And one of these days, we're gonna do it. One of these days, we're gonna do it. We get fuel for the tow truck when we get into Polito. A decent enough day for Ruby. Sorry if it slowed down there. I was busy listening to Damien speculate on the case. I can definitely see him going down the paralegal route. A similar vein, He likes to argue. Connor, probably not paralegal material. One, he gets fixated on things, and two, which means he would be a bad lawyer. He would just get hyper-focused on a lot of things, to the detriment of the case. He's only really interested in knowing the law insofar as it allows him to tow without issue. He'll fixate on all of the laws relating to tow and, what he can and can't do and where the cops are and are not allowed in the law. Which is why he likes complaining in front of Dallas at the lot. One, because Dallas is so private tow-pilled, it's not even funny. Bringing her towing was an absolute stroke of genius on Connor's part. And that has really fun ripples. Because obviously Dallas can see it from a different side to the cops. She actually knows the tow legislation, so she knows when other cops are being stupid. And she also, as a dispatcher, hates when we fuck with dispatch. But you can also see the reason why we do it. Now, I'm pretty sure Moose called Dallas to rant about Gemini and just not tell her anything completely. Now, do I think Dallas would believe Connor over Moose? Probably not. But Connor and Damien have no reason to lie. Like, it doesn't get them anything, there's no advantage to it. So even if she wouldn't take Connor's word over Moose's, I think it would add in a tiny bit of, you know, grit to his story where she would be uncomfortable believing that he's telling the complete truth. But hey ho, who knows on that bit. We have yet to come up against really trying to force the whole I'm right and your cop friends are wrong thing. Outside of what Dallas has seen herself. But Dallas does push back at the cops a lot. I don't think it really does anything, but it isolates Dallas in a very interesting way where she will go against her cop friends, you know, against the grain of all of the other cops of just, you know, towers are bad and Gemini are criminals. I think it does well to humanize the Gemini workers in the eyes of Dallas and the cops at Dallas that would take Dallas's word. But the Gemini guys are, you know, passable humans, regardless of their wider feelings on tow truck drivers. So yeah, if Zoe May tries and comes and pushes that, you know, identify yourself, given that she's done it before, I think as a reasonable person, if you've interacted with a cop like that before in the exact same fashion, if they're asking you to do it again, he's just not going to comply. He'll be like, no, go fuck yourself. It's Connor. No, I'm not showing you my ID. I'm also not showing you my CDL kind of thing. So that'll be an interesting one. We're probably going to get disobeyed, but it affects nothing. Because Connor doesn't actually own any of the businesses yet. Also, which you didn't see before stream started, is Timmy was apparently around yesterday and tried to call Connor in a very irritating fashion, because Thursdays I normally go to the cinema, which is when I'm normally not around on a Thursday. Rarely do I not go to the cinema. I have a friend who's very invested in doing things at the same time every week. So we are going to mark this up. We're going to go back to the motel. We're going to give Timmy a quick text to say, you know, we will be around tomorrow if you're about. I think he's just having fun on Unscripted. I think Timmy's a cop over there or something, and that's the route he went, which is funny. And then when he comes back to Osiris, he kind of just wants to, or back to Osiris, back to OMC. Oh, he is not having a good time. What was that? I definitely saw something. That's not what I wanted. I'm going to put a chair in front of the door because Sal's obviously spooked. Interesting. That's not a good thing to be at. Right, that's a right. Well, this is interesting. So what did he say? Saul said he saw something. I didn't catch you at the motel. Been running around doing some important chats out and had to run back to the motel earlier than thought. Really want to chat to you today. We'll have to wait tomorrow. Saw something. Something that made my stomach turn. Don't want to stay at the condo for a few days. What would be stomach churning for Sal? Nothing very interesting. Whitey structures scribbled in black marker. He did have a brain scan recently, so maybe a memory has come back. Maybe he saw someone or saw the person who took him up Chiliad. Interesting. Very interesting, guys. Oh, we're gonna leave it there. I've got raid. So we'll do WoW things, which I'm not gonna subject you guys to. I'm not that mean. Let's see who's around. Let's see. Let's send you to Merp and see if she goes to the court case, because I imagine she is, what do you call it, testifying or something. I think Diamond was stalking her or something at some stage. Well, we leave Connor to puzzle what is going on with Sal. Have fun, guys. Thanks for hanging.